You're in Braves country.
Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks, changing speeds east and west, a gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright, the father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play, Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones, Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider, the quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez, Javi to B-Mac, Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog, he won 355, could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking, the top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy, the big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler, Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren, Skip Carey 2, Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren, spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni, yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25. 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35. The Great 44, or 755. And old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes, and the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country. If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to Forrest, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate.
Please remain standing. We call your attention to our bands here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture, our national anthem.
So proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through
this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams as participants in this historic game.
Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA. Good afternoon, Braves Country. No better time than the present to get our act together, right? I mean, we're over here playing a team that is cruising through the first part of the season, and the Mets are looking like a team. They're going to be big-time buyers at the deadline, and the Braves right now are trying to figure out these next, we'll say, so starting today all the way through a week from Sunday, these next 2 weeks are going to make a big difference on whether or not the Braves are buyers or sellers at the deadline. We have 3 games versus New York in Atlanta. We then have 3 in Miami, but then 4 at New York, and then 3 at home against Philadelphia, and that takes us to the end of June. We're off on the 30th, and then July 1st begins. When we get to the beginning of July 1st, we're going to have an idea of where this team is. Good to see everybody in the chats. Salutations to all as I get everything going, and now we do have Facebook going. And all those listening on external radio, welcome into Braves Country today. You can catch us every day or every beginning of the series, the first game of the series. Catch us on TikTok. On Braves Country X, you can catch us on Facebook, Braves Country Radio, and Country Club members can catch us on YouTube on Braves Country Radio. All right. First things first, next 2 weeks are huge, and it has to begin tonight. It has to begin in this series. I would never expect a sweep or even call for a sweep, not against a good team like the Mets. We just want to win the damn series. We want to get out alive, win the series. If a sweep happens, that's phenomenal. But honest engine, I seriously doubt that we're going to be able to sweep a really good Mets team, though it is in Atlanta. Now the Braves have reconfigured their pitching, their rotation. With that being said, what we're going into tonight, I found it a little odd. They're going with Schwellenbach. That's of now. They may change it. Schwellenbach is going to be going on normal rest after pitching a complete game. It's a little odd, right? But I would have thought they would have put Sale on Tuesday and then Schwellenbach on Wednesday to give Schwellenbach the extra day of rest. For whatever reason, they're not doing that. It does make you a little concerned because we went through this nonsense several months ago at the end of the season when Sale was pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. Next thing you know, we don't see him pitch again and the season's over. But with all that being said, right now the game plan is for Schwellenbach to go Tuesday, Sale to go Wednesday, and on Thursday, Spencer Strider. So Schwellenbach and Strider on normal rest, Sale given an extra, 3 days? One thing they're trying to do is they're trying to line it up where Sale will pitch against the Mets on that following Monday. The thing is, I still feel like the Braves are going to bump somebody and do some kind of move if they're in it, if they didn't get totally just fall on their face on the Sunday game or possibly the Saturday game against Miami, because what you could realistically do is bring someone up and dump someone who, let's be honest, I mean, you talk about someone who's got to go. Ruiz has got to go. I mean, we've seen enough of this clown. I don't even understand why they ever picked him up. There's no one on God's green earth that said, yeah, man, you should drop Scotty B and Craig Kimbrell, DFA them both, to pick up a guy with an ERA north of 7. And I went over the numbers the other day, but his batting average was, 358 against this year? I mean, what the hell are we doing? So if they don't move him today as basically just a guy they would bring in a blowout, then what they could do is they could DFA him for a move on this weekend and bring up someone to get past the Marlins. Haven't really done a deep dive on who the Marlins are going to have set up for the weekend, but you would do it in a game where you felt like you had a pretty good advantage in the starting pitching. It's what they did on Sunday, and Grant Holmes didn't do anything wrong. Grant Holmes went out there and shoved. He threw, 15 strikeouts, gave up technically 2 runs, but the last run that he gave up, he wasn't on the hill, and he should have been able to stay in and pitch the rest of that inning. He didn't, and the Braves squandered the game, and it all went to hell in a handbasket. But that's for when we look at what Brian Snooker does on a daily basis and the head-scratching moves that he makes and the fact that it doesn't look like that he can run a bullpen effectively at times. And I don't think it's that he can't run it. I think that he literally goes for the long haul and says, well, this game we're not going to chase it. We're going to go ahead and shove it aside, and we're going to go ahead and bring in the bullpen. And then when it got out of hand, next thing you know, Ruiz and then Luke Williams is pitching the 9th, and he absolutely punted the game. But with all that being said, I do think that there's a very strong possibility that the Braves win this series against New York at home, that they could go into that Miami series and say, all right, we need to bump someone back because we don't want to waste Schwellenbach on Sunday versus the Mets or versus the Marlins when we could have him pitch game 1 on Monday against New York. And that would push Sale to game number 2 of that series and so on and so forth. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And they may decide not to do that. I don't know. It would make a ton of sense to dump someone off ship like a Ruiz. And if they end up bringing up someone today and dumping out Ruiz, then they would kick that person out. So with all that being said, you got the series in front of you on the screen on the YouTube and the Facebook channel. And you got Schwellenbach versus Peterson, as you can see tonight, Sale versus Blackburn tomorrow, and Strider versus Holmes on Thursday. I think one of the reasons why they may have pushed Sale to Wednesday, if they stick with that, is maybe they wanted to guarantee. You can't guarantee anything, but that Wednesday game feels like a guarantee. Sale going up against Blackburn, and Blackburn is a decent, solid journeyman starter that can eat innings for you. But to give you an indication of what he's done, he's only made 3 starts this year. The first one was against the Dodgers in L.A. He pitched well. He went 5 innings, struck out 3-1, walked, didn't give up any earned runs. But after that, he goes to Colorado, pitches 4 innings, gives up 7, walking 1, striking out 3. I'm sorry, 7 hits, but 3 runs. And then against Tampa, man, he didn't make it out of the game. He made it out of the first inning. He went a third of an inning, 4 hits, 4 earned runs, and they shut him down. So the Wednesday game, I'm counting that if we're going to do prognostications, we're going to do predictions, I'm counting Wednesday as a win. It better damn well be. Sale better not go out there and get clubbed and get out-pitched by Blackburn. The game tonight is a true toss-up, Schwellenbach versus Peterson. And you may not be that familiar with David Peterson, but I'm going to tell you right now, David Peterson has pitched really, really well. You look at what he's done recently and the fact that he is, this guy, the month of May, he had a 2.3 ERA in 5 starts, 31 innings. The month of June, he's got a 1.69 ERA in 2 starts. And one of those was 7 innings at the Dodgers. So now his last start, I take this as a positive, really. His last start was a complete game shutout. And that's because that's what we're sending Schwellenbach out to the mound. Remember, his last start was a complete game. Usually in today's games, the guy that pitches the complete game struggles a bit when he comes right off of that because they expand so much energy. And he pitched on the 11th of June for that complete game start. I'm talking about David Peterson of the Mets. And, of course, that was last Wednesday. So he's getting an extra day off. Schwellenbach's not getting that extra day off. So he's getting an advantage there. But, nonetheless, Peterson, no matter how you look at it, he's been phenomenal. And he really hasn't had a game. I'm going back and looking at the games that he has had here recently. And he does not have a game where, in recent memory, where he's really gotten pounded. I mean, he gave up 3 runs at L.A. over 7 innings. That's not getting pounded. That's still a quality start, and it's against the Dodgers offense. In the entire year, the most earned runs he's given up is 3, and going just 5 innings in that start, 5 1/3. So what you can expect from David Peterson tonight is probably a quality start, which means Schwellenbach's going to have to meet him punch for punch, pitch for pitch. And he's a left-hander. He's a guy, David Peterson, if you don't remember him or you're just not familiar, David Peterson has pitched very well against the Braves. Even back when David Peterson wasn't pitching well, he always pitched well against the Braves. So David Peterson is going to be a guy that's going to come out and shove tonight. And runs are going to be at a premium, meaning when we do get runners in scoring position, we're going to have to take advantage of it. And not to mention the fact the New York Mets, their bullpen, the back of their bullpen is pretty darn good. And so with that being said, the Braves are going to have to come out and get in front of these games early so they don't have to deal with 2 or 3 nights of trying to climb back in the game against their bullpen. You know, the ERA bullpen of the New York Mets is number 3 in all of baseball. It's number 2 in the National League. The only one better is who we just saw recently, which is San Francisco. So I know everybody normally goes into this with their Braves glasses on and thinks everything is going to be hunky-dory. This is going to be a tough series, a very tough series, because they're starting pitching. They've gotten more out of their starting pitching than anybody thought possible because they started off on the injury front. Remember, Sean Manaea has been on the IL the entire year. Frankie Montas. These are 2 guys that they expected to be in the start of the rotation. Instead, they've gotten great things out of guys like Griffin Canning. We're not going to see Griffin Canning in this series, but we are going to see Peterson. We're going to see Blackburn, and then on Thursday night, it's going to be Clay Holmes. And Clay Holmes is a guy that will go punch for punch with Strider. And I know Strider looked great the other night, and I'm not going to poo-poo on that and say that. But, look, it was against the Rockies. And let's be honest, the Braves starting pitching, except for Elder, for whatever reason, because he'd pitched so well going into that series, the Braves starting pitching, I mean, it looked like Spawn and Sane and Pray for Rain on the weekend because you had Strider throw for 13 strikeouts and Grant Holmes for 15. Now, I will say this, on the Saturday and Sunday games, they had 2 very pitcher-friendly umpires, but nonetheless, they struck them out. Looked phenomenal and should have won both of those games if the offense did anything. But we ran into the same thing that we've ran into all year long, and that is high inconsistency with this offense. So what I'm saying to you about this series is it can be won, but they're going to have to do the little things right. They're not going to be able to just go in there and club away and take 2 out of 3 like they did against Colorado. They played a very good series on the road, and that's the biggest thing that I take away from this entire past week. Not only was Ronald Acuna Jr. named National League Player of the Week, and rightfully so. I mean, he raked last week. But the fact that the Braves went into Milwaukee and won 2 of 3 and won 2 series last week, that's not nothing. But it did fall flat because when you get a guy to go out there and shove for 7 innings, 15 strikeouts, you expect to get that win, and we didn't. But we go into this series tonight, Schwellenbach, Sale, Strider versus Peterson, Blackburn, and Holmes. Game 2 is a definite have to win if we're going to win the series. It's a must win. Sale can't go out there and screw around and get rocked and expect the Braves offense to get them back into it because they just haven't done it. They haven't done it in 2 years. This offense is not what it was in 2023. The Thursday game, Strider versus Holmes, we'll see. Strider normally struggles a bit against the Mets, and they normally run his pitch count up so high so early that Spencer Strider is hard to get out of the fifth inning. But if he can go out there and give us 5 or 6 innings, a good quality start, he's going to give us every chance. But Clay Holmes is a very good starting pitcher. He's a strikeout guy. What we're dealing with in this series, it's bookended between Peterson and Holmes is their 2 best options in this series. Our best pitcher is pitching in the middle of the series. That's why Game 2 is absolute must win. And if we win one of the games, whether it's tonight's game against Peterson or Thursday night's game against Holmes, either one, and we take 2 of 3 from the Mets, if you told me you would give me 2 of 3 right now, even with our terrible record and our terrible start, I would take it and say, I'll see you Friday in Miami. Because a sweep is highly unlikely. And the way this team has been playing, you could see them losing the series as well. I don't think we're going to lose Wednesday's game. But I don't want to hear this crap from Snicker the rest of the way about how he doesn't want to chase wins. I want to see some aggressiveness with the bullpen when you are in a ball game, and we were in that game against Colorado. I want to see aggressiveness. I don't want to see them just, well, that's it. It's over. And it's not his fault that De Los Santos came in and spit the bit. I get that. But I still feel like he didn't have the right feel for the time. At that time, Grant Holmes was rolling. He was in the low 90s. He could have gotten a couple more outs. And Orlando Arcia, who, let's be honest, sucks, was coming to the plate. And he had been lost that entire day against Grant Holmes. And we bring in De Los Santos, and De Los Santos hung one. He got a base hit. Next thing you know, it becomes contagious, and the whole thing fell apart. So that's a look at that series. I do want to bring up a couple other things. If you missed this, and a lot of people probably didn't see this news, so I'm sure everybody saw the fact that the Red Sox traded their best hitter, one of the best hitters in all of baseball, Rafael Devers, to the San Francisco Giants. There was an interesting story that came out about this. I have no reason to think that the information isn't right. The guy that reported on it, Striper's Report, normally pretty close to the scene, and what they do is they give you insight on what's going on with the Gwinnett Stripers, which is the AAA team of the Atlanta Braves. But what he said, or what they said, I'm not exactly sure who runs it. The Red Sox reached out to the Braves, gauging interest on Rafael Devers. And the Braves responded that they were interested. The Red Sox asked for Sean Murphy, Marcell Ozuna, and 2 pitching prospects. Now, they never said who the pitching prospects were. But on Sunday, before the trade went down, Alex Anthopoulos told the Red Sox that the Braves were no longer motivated in making the deal. Now, if you ask yourself, well, why would they be trading away Smurf and Ozuna to bring in one hitter? Well, first of all, Rafael Devers is a game changer. But the other thing is, you got to look at the fact that Ozuna and Murphy's money is about even with what Devers is making per year. And the Braves are not going to go over the salary tax this year. There's no reason to do it, especially when you're floundering down at the bottom of the standings. So what they were looking at was possibly bringing him on. Because we never found out who the pitching prospects are, I just wonder if it was just too rich for him. Because straight up, Murph and Ozuna for Rafael Devers, even though he's been a little bit of a headache in the locker room, I think a lot of that was brought upon the Boston Red Sox in the way they handled his entire ordeal over the spring. On face value, those 2 players for Devers, I'm doing it 1,000%. Because you've got Drake Baldwin who can play catcher every day. You can bring up or sign any kind of a veteran to give him a day off once in a while, and let's go. And your offense immediately becomes unbelievably good. And I think if the Braves were sitting there either in first place or somewhere within striking distance of the division, they probably do pull the trigger. But who were the two pitchers that they wanted? And that's got to be your big question. Because realize Devers is locked into a long-term deal. He just signed it, I think it was last year. It's a $300 million deal. And that's not nothing. But if you know that you're going to be able to open up some salary, they could have made that work. But who were the two starting pitchers they were asking for? And that's got to be your biggest question. Was it a Hurston Waldrop, right? It could have been any. If it's any of their very top prospects, they're probably not doing it. But if it's someone that the Red Sox were looking to take a chance on, then it probably could have happened. What that tells me, big picture, is those two guys are on the trade block. And we already kind of assumed it because Ozuna's at the end of his contract this year. And Murphy is getting paid way too much to play every other day. But what it does tell you now is that if the Braves have an opportunity, they very well may trade Murphy in the middle of the season. I still say if there's not a lot to gain from it, I'd rather see them wait until the winter when all of Major League Baseball is looking for a catcher. And let's be honest, Sean Murphy's still a good catcher. He's a good hitting catcher. He's not terrible. If you think he is, you need to look around the rest of the league and see what a lot of catchers are doing. But if they can get rid of his salary, and of course they're dumping Ozuna's salary, adding a Rafael Devers is not out of the realm of possibility. And I'm a little disappointed they didn't go for it, but I don't know what they were asking for on the pitching end. I seriously doubt it was A.J. Smith-Shawver because of him being, let's be honest, he's out till 2027 with Tommy John. They're going to tell you next year, but it'll never happen. If it was A.J. Smith-Shawver and then some other, and then it also ran, I would have done that in a heartbeat because you're talking about a pitcher you're not going to see for 2 years, a DH that you're about to lose, and a catcher who doesn't hit as well, or even if you want to make the argument he hits as well, they're a toss-up between Drake Baldwin and Sean Murphy because Sean Murphy has continued to hit about where he's been hitting, and Drake's been on a little bit of a slump. But I still think that a lot of that may have to do with the fact that Drake's not out there every day. And as a youngster, you kind of need those at-bats. But I do believe, let's say if we hold on to Sean Murphy and wait till the offseason to trade him, then you open up the possibility when you trade Ozuna to be able to go in and on days you don't want Smurf behind the plate, you put him at DH. And the same thing with Drake Baldwin. So I'll be shocked if Ozuna's not traded at the deadline, no matter how well we're doing. If we can upgrade the team at all, looking forward, they're going to try and do it. Now, the one thing you do wonder, because if I found this, everybody else found it, how's that going to rub Sean Murphy and Marcell Ozuna? And are they going to lie to him and say, no, this isn't happening? But I found this on three different pretty reliable sources. I'm just quoting the SR because I use them more often than most. But I found it on three pretty reliable sources. Now, none of them had the pitching prospects. But I just want to throw that out there because I found that extremely interesting that the Braves go out there and do that, because when you're looking at the idea that they were about to pull, I mean, that would have been a magnificent trade. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're building for this year. It could be saying, hey, man, we'll get Devers into camp. We'll get him acclimated to being a Brave the rest of this season and look out 2026. Really disappointed because all the stuff aside of his riff with first of all, he's not going to have a problem with the Atlanta media. The Atlanta media is damn near dead. But his hitting ability is through the roof. I'll be shocked if Rafael Devers doesn't end up in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's that good of a hitter. Stuart Fairchild was brought back from his rehab assignment. He's been reinstated. So Jose Azocar has been designated for assignment. Nacho Alvarez is back from his rehab assignment, and he was optioned to AAA, which means they don't believe he's quite ready yet. But don't be shocked if we see Nacho Alvarez in the very near future. Those are the big things that, by the way, I do want to make one note of this. Grant Holmes the other day is the fourth pitcher in Braves history to have 15 or more strikeouts in a game. Pretty darn good company. Warren Spahn, John Smoltz, who each did it twice, and then Spencer Strider, who had 16 against the Rockies. Seems to be a common thing. Obviously, they don't have John Smoltz's his opponents down, but obviously Warren Spahn didn't do it against the Rockies. Smoltz could have done it, but back then the Rockies had pretty good offense, so probably not. And so there you have that. What did the Red Sox get in that trade, by the way, if you're wondering? They got Kyle Harrison, who's a pretty good left-handed starter. They got Jordan Hicks. He's been bouncing in between reliever and starter. Who knows what Boston is thinking about with him. And 2 minor leaguers, James Tibbs and Jose Bayo. And so if the Red Sox fans are wondering why the hell did they do it, it's very simple. He was becoming a distraction, and they have a ton of really good hitters in that Boston Red Sox organization, and it saves them a crap ton of money, and they can go into the offseason and have a lot of money to spend and once again go out and try and get somebody. But if you're a Red Sox fan, what is your takeaway with this? Well, the last 5 years, we traded away Mookie Betts to the Dodgers, and now Rafael Devers to the Giants. And let's be honest, since the David Ortiz era is long gone, those are the 2 best hitters in the Red Sox organization since that whole run that they made with the World Series. It's got to be frustrating if you're a Red Sox fan, especially because it's in a big market. And this used to be a team that would never sell, and it feels like a sell. But I do believe that they are building towards the future. And it wasn't a terrible trade for Boston. With the pieces they get back may not wow you, but they're looking at the fact they're getting rid of that salary. They're getting rid of the headache in the locker room. And then also, not only do they get these prospects that they can build off of, but also they can go to the table in free agency, and they might have someone specifically in mind that they want to go after. So we put a cap on that. Ronald Acuna Jr. once again won the NL Player of the Week. That was announced yesterday. He's won it 5 times, by the way, and that's tied with Freddie Freeman and Dale Murphy, second most in Braves history, only trailing Greg Maddux, who has 8, 6 with the Braves. So I think that'll put about a cap on this. We got first pitch at 7:15 tonight, and hopefully the weather is not an issue, but we'll see what happens as we get closer and closer. We'll update you in the chat and get you ready for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. There's no bigger series in this one here, because if you don't win this series, how do you expect to play very well over the next 10 games after that? So this is the biggest series of the Braves season starting tonight, and they only get bigger if you continue to win. If you fall on your face, then I guess everybody's going to be available for trade, except for a few. Y'all have a great one, Braves Country. We'll see you tonight, 7:15, first pitch, here on Braves Country Radio on YouTube. Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. America's patriotic light lager, all natural ingredients. Stand tall, be proud. The perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. America's patriotic light lager, offering a crisp, clean, bold taste. Perfect beer to celebrate life, liberty, and your pursuit of the American dream. A beer with only 110 calories that tastes like a full-flavored beer and celebrates like freedom.
keep playing like this, we'll be the laughing stock of the league.
All right, boys, let's get back to basics. This is a baseball. The object of the game is to keep the baseball within the confines of the...
You're in Braves country.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing shortstop for the New York Metropolitans, it's Francisco Lindor. 14 home runs, 38 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .279. Batting second, playing left, Brandon Nimmo. 13 home runs, 39 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .244. Batting third and in right field, Juan Soto. 13 home runs, 36 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .247. Batting cleanup at first base, Pete Alonso. 17 home runs, 63 RBI, a .293 average. Jeff McNeil is batting fifth and at second base. He's got a .264 average with 7 home runs, 22 RBI, 1 stolen base. Jared Young, the designated hitter, batting sixth. He's 4 for 23 on the year with a .174 average. 2 home runs, 3 RBI. Behind home plate for the Mets, it's Francisco Alvarez. 2 home runs, 10 RBI, a .241 average. Mauricio is at third, batting eighth. 2 home runs, 2 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .206. And Tyrone Taylor is in center field and batting ninth. 1 home run, 12 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .229. On the mound for the New York Metropolitans, it's David Peterson. The southpaw is 5-2 with a 2.49 ERA, a 1.19 WHIP, 79 innings, 70 hits allowed, 71 strikeouts, 55 walks, and just 4 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Spencer Schwellenbach. Schwelly is 5-4 with a 3.11 ERA, a 1.00 WHIP, 89 innings, 84 strikeouts, 76 hits allowed, 14 walks, and 10 home runs served. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. 7 home runs, 13 RBI, 1 stolen bases, batting .390 on the season. Batting second, playing left field, Eli White. 3 home runs, 15 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .243. Batting third, at first, Matt Olson. 14 home runs, 43 RBI, a .247 average. Batting cleanup and playing third, Austin Riley. 11 home runs, 36 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .281. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 11 home runs, 35 RBI, a .253 average. Ozzie Albies batting sixth and playing second. 6 home runs, 25 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .222. Sean Murphy is behind home plate and batting seventh. 9 home runs, 21 RBI, batting .225. Batting eighth, patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He has 6 home runs, 41 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .236. Batting ninth and at short, Nick Allen. 13 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .227. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Edwin Jimenez. Your first base umpire, Paul Clemens. Second base will be manned by Quinn Walcott, and down the third base line, it's Ramon DeJesus. Game time temperatures in Truist Park at the scheduled first pitch of 7:15 this evening will be 84 degrees with the wind blowing in at about 9 miles an hour. Our pick to click tonight, give me Ronald Acuna Jr. He's 5 for 18 lifetime against Peterson with a home run, 3 RBIs, and .278 average. He is also white hot in the month of June. Other guys to look out for, Matt Olson has 4 hits in 16 at-bats against David Peterson. All 4 hits are home runs. That's not nothing. Austin Riley, 9 for 23 lifetime with 2 RBIs at .391 average. Ozuna is batting an abysmal 176 versus Peterson, but he does have 2 home runs in those 3 hits. Ozzy's 2 for 12, Harris 1 for 10, Sean Murphy is 0 for 4. Eli and Allen have never faced southpaw from the New York Mets before. Keys to the game tonight, Braves have got to keep the ball down. New York Mets offense packs a punch with the home run ball, especially at the top of the order. And Schwellenbach has given up 10 home runs already. He's been pretty good recently. Hopefully we get the good Schwelly. We don't expect a complete game. We don't expect no runs. What we're hoping for is a quality start. Give us 6 or 7 innings, keep it around 2, 3 at the most, and you're going to give the Braves a chance to win this game. But just a reminder, they've got a very good back of the bullpen. If the Mets have the lead late in any game in this series, it's going to be an uphill fight. We're going to take your Atlanta Braves to win a good old-fashioned rock fight. Give me the Braves to win this one 4-2. There's a strong possibility of rain in the very beginning of the evening, but after it clears, it looks like smooth sailing. We'll keep you up to date as the first pitch approaches, due for 7:15, but there could be a bit of a delay. Once again, I don't think it's enough of a threat to postpone. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks to all the country club members. Please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. And right out the chute, thank you, Iron Lung, for the donation to the station. Maybe bring us some good luck today. All right, let's roll this back a few minutes. Now, y'all saw the note, I'm sure, that looks like it's going to start in a rain delay. I'm going to roll this back to about 15, 20 minutes from where we are right now so I can see who's all in the chat. If I miss you, just jump back in. Good to see you, Peta. Iron Lung. I see John. Uncle Charlie. Mark Ricky Ricardo. What you talking about, Willis Mathis? I think I saw the goat in here. Yeah, there we are. Good to see you, goat. I know you're busy nowadays. I'm glad you have a chance to stop by every once in a while and say hi. Garrett, good to see you. Erty. And a bunch of, we're just going to call you Erty. Erty, good to see you. Love Offers, good to see you. Bugs Bunny in the house. Gary the Real McCoy. King James Hagan. Daniel Berry. Iron Lung. Edward Spry. GOAT 15-month anniversary for Braves country. Good to see that. Who else do we have in here today? See if I got anybody else. Freedom. Taku, good to see you. Tree Nug. Tree Nug, did you ever get your buddy to tune in, or is he still hard-headed? Won't come over and hang out with us. AY. Jameson Taylor. Travis Oswald, haven't seen you in a minute. Floyd, the barber, he's back. I feel like the Mets-Braves series brings out the best in everybody. Nathaniel, my man Brooks. Daryl Little and his other brother Daryl. Dylan. Jackson. I think we're coming to the end as PETA throws in a membership as well. Thank you, PETA. Israel, good to see you. George Pearson. Jason Up and Adams and the SS Dub. There's Pushing Buttons, has been here for 14 months. Good to see that. All right, so Ron Harrell, good to see you. All right, so what we have here is there's a rain delay. I'm gonna refresh this real quick. I don't believe there's been an update. There's probably going to be some kind of a guesstimation around first pitch. What it's saying right now is what you've read on your screen that was released by the Atlanta Braves almost an hour ago. Tonight's first pitch will be delayed due to weather. So for once, they've actually jumped out in front of that, because typically they wait till right around first pitch to even tell anybody. So my guesstimation, by looking at the radar, I'm gonna look at it one more time before I shoot my mouth off and tell you something that has changed. When I was looking at it earlier, it didn't look like it was going to be a very long rain delay, and it definitely looked like that once we got the game going, it was going to be free and clear, and it still looks that way for the rest of the night. Let me see where the radar is at right now. We're looking at here. Where's that at? I mean, it looks like they're calling for rain in the area, well, around 9 till 9, but honestly, it looks like it clears up at about 8. And in the 9 o'clock hour, if it showers, it's extremely light showers. So I think they're going to try to get that thing going sooner than later. It looks like, because first of all, they got to wait for all the rain to leave the area, obviously, and then they have to pull off the tarps. So I don't think it's going to be a terribly long one. But what we're going to do is we're going to play you a Once Upon a Pastime, as opposed to starting a new feed up. What's the one we have queued up for today? I thought we had a pretty good one queued up for today. Let me see here. I think the one we're going to go with, it's been a pretty popular one in the past. We haven't played it in quite some time, but we're going to play the one called Baseball is the Best, and the reasons why they are the best. And hopefully we'll get first pitch. Good to see you, Adam Batman Westbury. Truth Mission's in here. I see that. See if anybody else snuck in while I was reading things. I can't do more than 6 or 7 things at once. Yeah, let's go ahead and play that one. We're going to do a Once Upon a Pastime series. If you haven't heard these before, they are some essentially podcasts talking about the game of baseball. So we're going to do that during the rain delay. We'll pop in here from time to time and give you an update on what's going on with the rain delay. I don't think it's going to be terribly long. And the good news, once again, once they get through that rain, it looks like it's smooth sailing. Because the last thing you want to do is send Spencer Schwellenbach out to the mound and then have to stop the game, and then you end up finishing the game the rest of the way with Jose Ruiz or something. So we don't want Montero Ruiz carrying us down the stretch in a game versus the Mets. As soon as the game's ready, we'll be ready. Braves Mets, game number 1, as soon as the rain lifts. All right, let's do it today. I thought this would be a good topic when you start talking about a lot of things in the world of baseball. One of the biggest arguments that I get or hear as well in conversations I'm not even involved in, but I listen to a lot of sports talk radio. I consume a lot of sports talk in general, whether it's television or radio. And there is always this misconception, or the perception is wildly off on how popular baseball is. I hear this more and more from younger folks in the sports talk industry, and I do believe that a lot of it has to do with they're buying into the narrative that they have heard repeatedly on outlets like ESPN and other entities that are trying to push baseball aside because they didn't go all in and spend the money to put baseball on their networks. So they're trying to push it down. I really do. It's a form of almost like the common term now, shadow banning. It's a form of that where they are putting it down because they don't want you to think it's cool anymore, right? The numbers show otherwise. If you look through the numbers over every year, from year to year, the last several years, it's actually gotten more popular. But the misbelief that the NBA is more popular than baseball is just wildly wrong. And it's even gotten more popular over the last few years and growing. And some of it had to do with the fact that the NBA did more to ruin their brand than I would say it was baseball building their brand. I think a lot of folks that used to watch some NBA and a lot of baseball have tuned out, and now they're spending more time watching Major League Baseball. Some of it has been because baseball's taken measures to try to improve the game. Pace of play. The clock, right? Also, things like, and I always thought this was very interesting, when I first started hearing the conversations of banning the shift, the clock, et cetera, just like a lot of other purists, I dug my heels in. And then I got to thinking about it, and then I would listen to their reasonings for it, and I realized that all along it was actually a pretty smart, innovative move to do what they were doing. First off, I thought they were playing follow the leader, but instead, what baseball was trying to do more than anything else with the pitch clock and the banning of the shift was one major thing. They don't realistically care about how long a game takes. Sure, it's great when these games end early, and it's funny now because over just a short time period, we're getting spoiled with these games that are typically lasting, let's be honest, most Major League games are now lasting. Your expectations of a Major League game now is around 2.5 hours. Sometimes it's a little less, and sometimes it's a little more, but that's pretty much where we're at. That's where it was when I was a kid. That's why it was so wildly popular. People would complain about it in the 80s and into the early 90s about how much longer you spent watching a football game than a baseball game. And, of course, the argument was always, what? Well, it's easy to say that now in retrospect, but the argument was always, well, but baseball's played every day. Football, you're spending once a week. Now, nowadays, you're watching a lot more football than we ever consumed. Football now is on every single night, whether it's college, whether it's pro. You can watch the game of football just about every night during the fall. And there are pockets where it is every night. There's the Tuesday night whack game, or not whack, MAC game. There's usually some random Wednesday game, and they're talking more and more about putting the NFL on a Wednesday. They're putting the NFL on Black Friday now. They're putting obviously the Thursday night game. So, and then of course college football, and college football is on Friday. It's on Thursday. It's on Saturday. The Tuesdays, you got the Sunday night football for the NFL. You got the Monday night football. It's wall to wall on Sunday. So nowadays that argument no longer stands. Well, you only watch football once a week. No, it's being watched. It's being played every day, and most games are lasting. The college game, though, they're trying to change some measures. That thing's 3.5 to 4 hours. The NFL game's around 3.5 hours, sometimes a little less. But the big thing with baseball was they didn't care how long the game was when they started these measures. What they were saying is, we want more action. We want to be the anti-NFL, and for kind of a same thing, although it's not the same reasoning, the NBA doesn't have a lot of action anymore. If you look at the game of basketball, it's chuck a deep three. It either hits or it doesn't hit. Then they dribble the ball up the court, might pass it around once or twice and chuck another one. And that's not the action that we grew up. When you were a kid watching basketball, I grew up watching and playing it and falling in love with that sport at the time because there was a lot of action. There was always the ball trying to be pushed down towards the hole, and movement and screens. There was a lot of things that they don't do now today. Now it's more they just stand around. With baseball, you put that pitch clock in, so you're speeding up the time in between pitches, but also there's less strikeouts. Now, you still have the strikeouts, but as we go further and further into this, you're going to start seeing these guys in Major League Baseball and in the front office who makes the decisions on who to sign, right? They're starting to value more guys that put the ball in play because the shift has been banned. If you value a guy that puts the ball in play, a guy like Luis Arias of the Marlins becomes much more valuable because he's putting the ball in play and he's making sure that the defense is paying the price for any kind of shift that they do. There's a lot of guys that you can point to that around the league, but you're starting to see it, and you'll see it even more as this goes along. So before we got into why baseball is still America's pastime here on the Once Upon a Pastime series, I wanted to kind of lay the groundwork of the fact that you hear that it's not is wildly wrong. Major League Baseball is still the second most popular sport in America. It's the most consumed. It's the second most viewed. The only reason why it's the most consumed over the NFL is because there's more games played, right? But as far as the consumption and the ratings and whatnot, it's still number 2. It's not particularly close. I know a lot of folks in the South think that college football would be. It's not. College football is very popular, but you got to realize that unless you're in the South or in the Big Ten country, it's not as popular as you think it is. I've lived all over, and it really threw me for a loop when I lived in New York City for a small period of time and in the state of New York, and was shocked, like, man, y'all really don't care about college football, do you? Nah, I could care less. But the minute you start talking about college football, the first thing they'll come back at you with is they are paying attention to the draft. They are paying attention to who their Jets and Giants are drafting, and what do I think of this guy? He played at this school. But they just, if you live in the Northeast, because the college football teams are not that good up there, typically, they don't have the dominance of the Southern football and the Midwest football, there's not a lot of interest. I remember I worked with a guy out on Long Island, huge sports fan. This guy loved sports. Him and his brother. His brother, you could not get to watch a college football game. He, on the other hand, followed Penn State, but it wasn't a passion. Now, they were huge Giants fans. Knew everything about them. Never I mean, they were consuming. This is right around the time podcasts were becoming relevant, and they were starting to indulge themselves in that, but they were all about sports talk radio. Where could they get more information? Reading up on it online, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And, of course, they were baseball fans. And when you realize how big of a population is up there in the Northeast, this is why baseball and football, professional football, are king. I guess maybe if you were ranking it, you've got a 1A and a 1B. Although I'm willing to concede that the NFL is 1 and Major League Baseball is 2. The great thing about baseball and its consumption and why people love it, very little of the season overlaps into the National Football League. So this is your springtime sport. This is your summer sport. This is what you love during those summer months. It is America's pastime. It is still everyone's favorite sport to pass the time. I will concede that America's passion is the National Football League. And there's a lot of reasonings for that. Though baseball is the number 2 most bet on, gambled on sport in America. I was about to say sporting event, but sport in America. They're sporting events. The National Football League still dwarfs it because everybody thinks that they can beat the books. And I'm going to tell you right now, newsflash, the books are going to get you in the NFL. If you are betting primarily National Football League, I guarantee you, no matter what you say and what you do and what you put out there, you have a losing record. We have a winning record on our betting over the last 8 years. We're up over 60%. And one of the reasons why is because most of our bets are not pointed towards the NFL. We bet baseball and we bet college football. The NFL, their handicappers are the best handicappers in the world. So if you're out there gambling, you think you're going to beat the books of the NFL, you're not. You're just not. You can get some good intel from time to time and you can get on a hot streak, but if that is the only sport you're betting, I guarantee you over time, no matter how good you are, you will lose. Even the big-time high rollers in Las Vegas who sports gambling is their living and they're making big money, they're making most of their money, most of their winning percentages are cushioned by the NFL during the NFL offseason. They have either picked up on college basketball, they have either gone into Major League Baseball, and there are some that have some success with the NBA. There's a lot of reasons why the NBA is very NHL, but the National Football League, it's rigged. Not in the way that all these tinfoil hat folks will tell you that it's rigged. That, oh man, that it's predetermined. You can't predetermine. You cannot predetermine a major sporting event, a team sport like football, baseball, the way you can pro wrestling. You can't do it. There's too many moving parts. And those guys make way too much money to be able to afford nowadays to get them to tank. Because they're like, what am I going to do? I'm going to get kicked out of the league, and then there goes all my deals, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You might be able to get to one here and there, but when I say it's rigged, I mean it's rigged because the house has professionals that are breaking it down to the half point to be able to beat the suckers out there, right? And it's fun to bet on football. I'll never say that it's not. Hell, I do it. But it's much more of a crapshoot. So, with all that being said, the reason why football is so popular is because people still think that they can beat it. There's also the fantasy football aspect. Let's not ignore that. Fantasy football has exploded the NFL. I think it would still be very, very popular and still be number one regardless, but fantasy football has made it even more popular. There are people that I know that don't watch any sports, but they play the hell out of fantasy football. There's a lot of reasonings for that, but that's a different show for a different day. But baseball is still the pastime. Football is the passion, especially professional football. College football, south of the Mason-Dixon, east of the Mississippi. But professional football is still going to be king. Baseball everywhere is the pastime. It doesn't matter what state you're in because you played Little League. Your kids are playing Little League. You've got minor league teams in your area. Do any of you have a minor league football team? No. There's very few of those in the U.S. Baseball is still a sport that you can go out and play a pickup game with your friends. Or you can play a watered-down version of it, right? Slow pitch softball, wiffle ball. But you can still go out and play that game, and that's why it'll always be America's pastime. Football, you reach a certain age, you're like, this is not smart to be out here tackling each other. Not only could we get injured, you're going to feel it for weeks. So it's still the most relaxing game to just pick up and play with friends. It's still the most relaxing game to consume. And that goes to whether you are consuming it, watching it on TV, going to the game, or still my favorite, just listening to it on the radio. I have a passion for doing play-by-play because I love listening to if I catch a good broadcast, a good radio broadcast of any baseball game, it doesn't matter if I'm a fan of the team or not, I can listen to it. Because it's the only sport that lets the game breathe during the actual game itself. You'll get the pitch, and even with the pitch clock, even today with the pitch clock, I was a little concerned that it was going to be too much. I would still love an extra 5 seconds in between pitches although I say that now, I've gotten so used to the rhythm that it is, I think I might get impatient. I'm starting to get to where I'm getting impatient with the guys. When there's a runner on base and a guy is taking it all the way down to the 1 second, 2 second mark, I'm in my head, I'm like, let's go, hurry up. But the point I'm trying to make is I didn't think that the broadcast would breathe. I didn't think you would. I thought going into the season, I was a little concerned. You'd get in there, you'd be doing the game, and you'd be saying something to the effect of, and here's the 2-2 pitch, and then after that pitch is made, he's grabbing the ball and is immediately going back in the pitch. Like, there's no way to let the game breathe and talk to the listeners about other things. What scores are going on out of town? What's, anything that you might bring up. I always have a little list for topics. And then, of course, one of my favorite things to do during my broadcast is the turn back time stuff. The birthdays too, but the turn back time stuff is. So it's things like that when you consume a radio broadcast, you can turn a radio broadcast on a summer day and be out by the water. However that affects you, whether you're at the pool, whether you're on the lake, you're at the beach, maybe you're just sitting in your backyard and soaking your feet in a little kiddie pool with the sprinklers on. However you consume water and sunshine, or a warm summer night, and the crickets are chirping in the background, and the dogs are running around, and you've got a baseball game on. You're not worried about staring at something. You're not worried about you're listening to the game. To me, that's still to me to this day, it'll always be the best way to consume a baseball game is the radio broadcast. I am like a lot of other people. I do not like the television broadcasts. They're usually terrible. And it's not all their fault. They've been trained that way. They've been told, do not talk too much. Let the pictures tell the story. And that's fine in a football game because there's a lot of collisions and whatnot. And you can always look up. Used to, it's funny when you were growing up, you would always, I can remember my dad and my grandfather telling everyone to keep it down because the only way for them to find out if someone was injured or how badly someone was injured when they were taken off a college football field, which was their favorite sport, was you were waiting for the sideline reporter to tell you. There was no Twitter. Nowadays, I don't worry about it as much. Give it 5 or 10 minutes, and you go to said team's reporter, and there's usually something up there. But in a football game, I don't even worry about listening to the game anymore. I really don't. It's a lot of fluff, but with baseball, the radio guys they're still good. There's some that are obviously better than others. But I will take a warm southern night in the summer or a warm summer night anywhere with baseball on the radio, a cold one in your hand, and near some body of water. I'll take that over the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, right? Freezing your nards off and you're, just absolutely uncomfortable. Most football games I've been to in my life, I've been extremely uncomfortable. You're either there and for whatever reason it is way too hot, day game, or you're there in the wintertime and it's way too cold. There's a pocket, no matter where you live at, there's a pocket of about 3 to 4 weeks that you can go to a football game and not be uncomfortable. That's not the case in Major League Baseball or any baseball. I specifically think Major League because they play a lot of night games. And nowadays you play the night games during the summer under the lights, and it's a beautiful thing. And that's why it's the best pastime there is. And you can take your kids, you can take your family to the game, to the ballpark, and you can afford to do it. A lot of folks can't do that with a game in the National Football League. Not without taking a second mortgage out. And when you're at the game, you can still have a conversation. And that's important. To be able to say, I can remember going to baseball games. We went to a Braves Mets game up in New York. Me and my mom, we just happened to be visiting New York. I said, let's go check out the game. And how cool it was. My sisters went as well. But how cool it was to be able to sit there and to have a conversation with her. And she grew up in that area. So she's recalling and telling me all the great stories about, going there with her dad as a kid. They grew up watching the Brooklyn Dodgers. But then there's also just the conversations of, hey, what's going on in your life? Hey, you don't get that in a football game. It's usually way too loud. There's usually too much tension until the game turns into a blowout. Once the game turns into a blowout, here's the funny thing. If you go to a football game, think about how many times you might have been to a game that got out of hand. And think about how many times you went to a baseball that may have gotten out of hand. And if you answer this honestly, think about the fact that when the football game got out of hand, it was time to leave. When the baseball game got out of hand, it was time to maybe go get another cold one. The game got out of hand, well, that just meant I get to spend more time with the folks that I came to the game with. The football game gets out of hand, you'll see it. They're in the parking lot, they're leaving. Baseball's the best. We'll be back in a flash. When we come back, we're going to talk about other things that baseball brings to the table and why it is still America's pastime. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country's Once Upon a Pastime series. Keep it locked in here.
Cool! Wizard versus nerd! Strike you down with my spell! No! Science is the answer!
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
Rainey against Leary. The way this Leary is pitching, we may have to go back to the hotel and stay in this lousy town for another night. Might be too late to get out of the airport. Boy, he's a slow worker. There's a strike call.
Statute. What? Statute of limitations. It's not a statue. No, it's statue. Fine. It's a sculpture of limitations.
In 1866, at Vassar College, a group of freshmen, with the support of a female physician who thought exercise for women essential to good health, formed the Laurel and Abenakis Baseball Club. Other colleges soon followed suit. They did not play for long.
One day, a student, while running between bases, fell with an injured leg. We attended her to the infirmary with the foreboding that this accident would end our play of baseball.
The teams were soon forced to disband. The game was considered far too violent for young ladies to play.
Welcome back, Once Upon a Pastime series, as we talk about why Major League Baseball, why the game of baseball is still America's pastime. And what makes the game so great? And I know it's a lot of things that people know, but until you really think about why, and I think sometimes it's overlooked, it's overshadowed by. We talked about this in the first segment, but you get a lot of. I'll put it to you this way. I was talking to a guy in the industry one time, and he was saying his argument was that the NBA was bigger. I said, it's not. Look at the numbers. I pulled up the numbers, and he was flabbergasted by it. And he said, well, I don't understand why, if it's so much more popular, why did ESPN, why is all their content either the NFL or the NBA? And I said, follow the money. They went in, they made a very poor decision years ago, and they spent a lot of money on coverage of the NBA because they were under the impression it was about to take off and be bigger. And it was off of, look, this is a springboard from the Michael Jordan era when basketball was a lot more popular. And then, of course, it's not like that was the last time that they had great players, but baseball still is still the most popular championship in all of sports in America is obviously the Super Bowl. The World Series is number 2. And it's not particularly close. They tend to have, even when they're having their better years, and this year, NBA playoff numbers were awful, but even in their better years, they're still typically about 20 to 25% less than the Major League Baseball World Series. But I think it's a mistake to always just look at, well, who was most popular in the championship series this year? The only way that becomes newsworthy if for out of nowhere the Super Bowl, nobody watched it that year. That becomes newsworthy. Other than that, it's usually dependent on who's in the championship. Does America care if this team or that team of this sport, that region of the country wins? You got to look at the regular season. You have to look at the overall. And baseball is a game that people watch day in and day out. Baseball is a game, we talked about how it's the best on the radio, but even if you do like, even if you prefer the television broadcast, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people, they might have a favorite personality that they like on the television broadcast, right? No matter how you look at it, baseball becomes, for the older fan, it becomes a friend. You get older fans, they get up there in life, they get retired, life slows down, they're able to consume more than they've ever, because they're at home more than they ever. And baseball becomes a daily routine that you can count on during those summer and spring months into the early fall. Whether my team's good or not, rise or shine, rise and shine, because it is time to play the game. Unless weather stops you, the game's happening. And the great thing about baseball, if it does get rained out, they make it up to you. So you do rely on them as a friend. How many friends have you had not show up to something and they don't do anything? They don't do anything for you. So that's the beauty of baseball. And especially as you get older, kids leave the house. Maybe you're left by, look, there's a lot of older folks that are living by themselves. They've lost their partner, right? Baseball's there every night. And so it is still the pastime. By that definition, it helps pass the time. And you look forward to it. I am married at this point, but I remember when I was single, I looked forward to the nighttime. If I had the night off, And look, I ran around and raised Cain with the best of them. Don't get me wrong. But I looked forward to the nights when I would see. I'm an old restaurant guy, in the restaurant business for a long time. I don't know if I'll ever fully leave the restaurant business. I love it almost as much as I love this game. But I would get my schedule and look at it, and when I would see that I'm off this night, and that night, I would match it up with what baseball games are on that night. Now, you obviously do it during the football season too, but the difference would be with football, if I found out the folks were getting together, my friends were getting together to watch Game X, I would get excited about it. With baseball, I did not care if I was meeting up with folks. I was turning that game on, and I was excited about the game. With football, I was excited about, hey, at the end of this week, I'm going to go hang out with a bunch of friends and have a good time. So that's the difference to me, is that I looked forward to the actual game. And when you look at this and you're saying, well, why baseball? If someone's scrolling through and they just stopped in on this channel, like, why baseball? Why do you love baseball so much? It's simply the greatest game that was ever devised. And I can't do it enough justice. It is the greatest game that has ever been devised. There has never been a game that's more difficult and more exciting at the same time. I'm not putting down whatever other sport you may have in mind. I'm not putting that sport down. So I'm not going to tell you why baseball is better than this sport, that sport, and that sport, right? Because I'm not here to tear down other sports. What I'm going to tell you is it is the best game because, first of all, it is a team game that is devised for the one-on-one aspect. Everybody knows football is a team game. Everybody knows basketball is a team game. Hockey, you name it. And yes, you have to win your individual battles as a collective team to win and be a good team and win championships, et cetera, et cetera. But baseball is the one game. First of all, it's because it's the only sport where the defense has the ball. It's the only sport devised that way. And when the defense has the ball and they are pitching, the game stops and it becomes a battle of one-on-one. And it's up to that individual man, that individual person, to beat the guy in front of him. And if we can do it enough in 9 frames on both offense and defense, we can win the game. And we will attempt to do that 162 times in a 6-month span. It is the ultimate marathon. It's also the greatest reality show, reality TV, whatever you want to classify it, it's still the greatest reality ever devised. Because day in and day out, you want to know several things about your team. That's not the case in other sports. If it's a sports like football, you only care once a week, realistically. If it's a sport like basketball or hockey, and I'm going to leave it at those because those are the 4 major. But even soccer is about once a week. But even basketball and hockey, it's not every day. it's 2 to 3 times a week typically. So baseball, typically 5 to 6 times a week, sometimes even 7. And it's so intense of a season if you follow it on a day in and day out basis. Excuse me. It's so intense as a fan. You almost welcome that day off, even though you love it dearly. But you're like, man, I got to catch my breath. And then you're ready to ramp it back up again. You care about the injury, the win, the loss, but you also care about how was that bullpen used today? What's it going to look like tomorrow? Hey, if we do this today, how are we going to get through Wednesday? That kind of thing, right? And then, of course, it's also the only sport, other than maybe hockey, but hockey doesn't have the layers, that has a true farm system. So nowadays, with everything that you can consume, you can keep an eye on. What about the dude down there in Single A that they said wasn't going to be up for a few years? I see that he just got promoted to Triple A. How much longer before he can come help the team? And it's a constant thing. And also, it's the only sport whose trading deadline is real. It's a real trading deadline. You typically get more deals, more significant deals in Major League Baseball at the trading deadline than you do at any other sport. You could make an argument for basketball and hockey being very relevant in a lot of trade. There are trade deadlines in basketball where it's usually null and void. But there are years in hockey the same. National Football League's trading deadline, even though we know it, we're told about it, it essentially comes and goes and nothing happens. Because of the individuality of the sport, it is much easier to make a trade for someone in football. I'm sorry, in baseball, and have them contribute immediately. In football, it's a lot easier to do that during the off season. In basketball, if a guy gets traded over, in hockey, it's going to take a little bit. But in baseball, you make a trade for, we'll say, a top closer in the game. He gets on a plane tomorrow night, he could be saving the game for you. And so that's why the rarity that sits there, because it is an individual sport that is wrapped in a team game, player movement is more interesting in that sport than any other sport. It is chess compared to checkers. Baseball is a game of chess. Most of your other sports, they're checkers. It's faster moving. It's the athleticism that takes over. In baseball, yes, having a very athletic player, being very athletic, is an advantage, of course. Any sport is. And more so now that you're seeing more movement on the base paths. But the difference is, for instance, I'll take basketball as an example. If you have 2 to 3 of the top 20 players in the game, there is very little chance that you don't make the playoffs because there's so few players on the floor. And there's very little chance that you don't do very well and go deep into the playoffs. That's not the case in baseball. Not really the case in football. But with baseball, when we're talking about the athleticism definitely goes into play. But more so than anything else, it is a mind game. The strategy in baseball, and to be able to react to that strategy, is on so many different levels And we could take it through the defensive positioning, et cetera, but I don't want to be here all day. So we'll just take, for instance, an at-bat. And we'll compare that to a guy coming up the basketball floor, a point guard. And we'll even make it a little more dramatic. And 8 seconds left in the game, he's got the ball. And there might be a strategy on whether or not he's going to kick it to an open guy or is he going to go try to beat the defender. The difference between baseball and basketball, that happens every single pitch. Because the pitcher, is he going to try to blow it by this guy or is he going to try to paint the edges and get him to chase? The hitter, is he going to try to tattoo this ball? Or now with 2 strikes and runner on second trailing by 1 in the 7th, is he now going to try to shorten his swing a little bit and just get the ball in play and see what can happen? Guy comes up in the 7th inning, it's his 3rd at bat. We'll say 6th inning. Got to modernize it, right? Comes up in the 6th inning, the 3rd at bat against the same pitcher. Are they going to leave him in there? Are they going to let him see, does he have that kind of stuff? And if so, in the first couple of at-bats, he saw these pitches in this sequence. Now we get the 3rd time around, where does he go? You'll see this all the time, and we'll just take a guy like, I'll take Spencer Strider for the Atlanta Braves as an example. And the first time comes up against, we'll say, whatever team's number 3 hitter. You might see him start off with the hard stuff on the outer edge and then try to get him to chase the slider off the plate once he gets 2 strikes. He comes back on the 2nd at bat, and they may decide to switch it up a little bit. Let's pitch backwards. Let's start him off with the slider, and when we get that 1 strike on him, then we're going to try to pump a fastball by him on the outside. And now with 2 strikes, I can go a number of different ways because now you're really guessing. Is he going to go to the slider to me again on the outside? Because that's how I struck out the first time. But instead, this time, he comes in with some high heat, and it jams you, and it's a pop-up to second base. So you come up the 3rd time, and now the game's getting a little long in the tooth. And this at-bat's much more important than the at-bat in the 1st inning. Or at least it appears that way. And there's runners on 2nd and 3rd, and there's 2 outs, but there's a pretty decent hitter behind me, but I'm the guy. Is he going to pitch to me, or is he pitching around me and saying, I'll take my chances with the next guy? And if he is coming in at me, where does he go this time? He started off with the heat.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing shortstop for the New York Metropolitans, it's Francisco Lindor. 14 home runs, 38 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .279. Batting second, playing left, Brandon Nimmo, 13 home runs, 39 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .244. Batting third and in right field, Juan Soto, 13 home runs, 36 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .247. Batting cleanup at first base, Pete Alonso, 17 home runs, 63 RBI, a .293 average. Jeff McNeil is batting fifth and at second base. He's got a .264 average with 7 home runs, 22 RBI, 1 stolen base. Jared Young, the designated hitter, batting sixth. He's 4 for 23 on the year with a .174 average, 2 home runs, 3 RBI. Behind home plate for the Mets, it's Francisco Alvarez, 2 home runs, 10 RBI, a .241 average. Mauricio is at third, batting eighth. 2 home runs, 2 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .206. And Tyrone Taylor is in center field and batting ninth. 1 home run, 12 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .229. On the mound for the New York Metropolitans, it's David Peterson. The southpaw is 5-2 with a 2.49 ERA, a 1.19 WHIP, 79 innings, 70 hits allowed, 71 strikeouts, 55 walks, and just 4 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Spencer Schwellenbach. Schwelly is 5-4 with a 3.11 ERA, a 1.00 WHIP, 89 innings, 84 strikeouts, 76 hits allowed, 14 walks, and 10 home runs served. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. 7 home runs, 13 RBI, 1 stolen bases, batting .390 on the season. Batting second, playing left field, Eli White. 3 home runs, 15 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .243. Batting third, at first, Matt Olson. 14 home runs, 43 RBI, a .247 average. Batting cleanup and playing third, Austin Riley. 11 home runs, 36 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .281. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 11 home runs, 35 RBI, a .253 average. Ozzie Albies batting sixth and playing second. 6 home runs, 25 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .222. Sean Murphy is behind home plate and batting seventh. 9 home runs, 21 RBI, batting .225. Batting eighth, patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He has 6 home runs, 41 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .236. Batting ninth and at short, Nick Allen. 13 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .227. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Edwin Jimenez. Your first base umpire, Paul Clemens. Second base will be manned by Quinn Walcott, and down the third base line, it's Ramon DeJesus. Game time temperatures in Truist Park at the scheduled first pitch of 7:15 this evening will be 84 degrees with the wind blowing in at about 9 miles an hour. Our pick to click tonight, give me Ronald Acuna Jr. He's 5 for 18 lifetime against Peterson with a home run, 3 RBIs, and .278 average. But he is also white hot in the month of June. Other guys to look out for, Matt Olson has 4 hits in 16 at-bats against David Peterson. All 4 hits are home runs. That's not nothing. Austin Riley, 9 for 23 lifetime with 2 RBIs, a .391 average. Ozuna is batting an abysmal 176 versus Peterson, but he does have 2 home runs in those 3 hits. Ozzie's 2 for 12, Harris 1 for 10, Sean Murphy is 0 for 4. Eli and Allen have never faced southpaw from the New York Mets before. Keys to the game tonight, Braves have got to keep the ball down. New York Mets offense packs a punch with the home run ball, especially at the top of the order. And Schwellenbach has given up 10 home runs already. And he's been pretty good recently. Hopefully we get the good Schwelly. We don't expect a complete game. We don't expect no runs. What we're hoping for is a quality start. Give us 6 or 7 innings, keep it around 2, 3 at the most, and you're going to give the Braves a chance to win this game. But just a reminder, they've got a very good back of the bullpen. If the Mets have the lead late in any game in this series, it's going to be an uphill fight. We're going to take your Atlanta Braves to win a good old-fashioned rock fight. Give me the Braves to win this one 4-2. There's a strong possibility of rain in the very beginning of the evening, but after it clears, it looks like smooth sailing. We'll keep you up to date as the first pitch approaches, due for 7:15, but there could be a bit of a delay. Once again, I don't think it's enough of a threat to postpone. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks to all the country club members. Please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball, no more measles, and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves Country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
Good evening, Braves Country! Hope y'all are ready for a heck of a series. Braves Mets. Wish we were a little closer in the standings for it to feel a little better, but nonetheless, I think we're looking at a big-time slugfest, a rock fight. Tonight's going to be a fun one, and tomorrow night ought to be pretty fun as well with Chris Sale on the mound. And then we got Strider on Thursday, so we get to see our 3 big horses. If you haven't already, slap the like. Please share. Try to build this as much as we can to get enough people in here so we can continue to do this for everybody. Braves are in their home whites. Braves across the chest in red outlined in navy, navy ball caps, red bill, white A representing the city of Atlanta. The New York Mets are in their classic road grays, New York across the chest in blue, outlined in orange, blue ball caps, NY interlocking, representing the city of New York, much like the New York Giants way back when. We are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Thank you for the donation, JC. As we are just about set, let's go ahead and get this going. First pitch on the way, and yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. 97-mile-an-hour fastball, high and out of the zone to Francisco Lindor. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup, switch hitting Lindor. The 1-0, swing and a miss, 97. Up high, it's 1-1. If you look at the New York Mets lineup, the biggest thing that jumps out at you is the first four batters. They carry the freight. Is the 1-1 curveball, drifts inside 1-2. And that is fairly common, but it's just to be noted that it's not an even lineup up and down as the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike three, got him! Schwelly starting off with the first K of the day, one away. You look at the home run total, mainly what I'm referring to. You got 14 from Lindor, 13 from Nimmo, 13 from Soto, and 17 from Alonso. So 57 home runs in the first four batters of this order. As the first pitch on the way to Nimmo is a curveball that misses outside. It's 1-0. The rest of the lineup, 1-0. Right there, splitter at the knees, 1-1. The rest of the lineup, meaning the other five batters, as opposed to that high number 57, they represent with 14 total home runs. The 1-1 pops it up, fist inside, can of corn. Riley's chasing over towards the dugout. He'll make the catch. 2 down. 2 up, 2 down. So far, so good here in Braves country. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the first inning if you're just joining us. Juan Soto, the $765 million man, stepping into the plate. Infield back and to the right. First pitch on the way. Shows bunt, but a 97-mile-an-hour fastball right there. It's 0-1. The outfield playing pretty straight away and deep. The 0-1. 96 off the edge. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Schwellenbach about to throw his 10th pitch of the day. The pitch on the way, going back, and that ball is going to leave the yard. A solo shot, and the $765 million man makes it 1-0 New York. It's a slider about knee high and over the plate, and you just can't do that with Juan Soto. He tattooed that ball. It didn't get very high, but it got out in a hurry. Schwellenbach will go back to the drawing board. They definitely wanted that ball a lot lower. And I think he was gunning for inside, but you make a mistake to Juan Soto, that is exactly what's going to happen. First pitch on the way to Pete Alonso is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Kind of a half-hearted swing at the slider. The 0-1. Schwelly comes set, brings it. Slider in the dirt, 1-1. 1-1 count. Alonso leading the team with 17 home runs. Pitch on the way, swing, chops it up the middle, but right to Ozzie Albies. He's got it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Mets put one on the board. We'll be back in a flash. Braves and Mets, game number 1.
I got some green paint and I found a snake. Great. Why? You know the snakes, because I don't remember where we landed on St. Patty, but I remember snakes were involved. And the green paint's for the beer.
Okay, love the snake. But why not just use food coloring for the beer?
Because beer's not a food. When was the last time you ate a beer?
When was the last time you drank paint? Have you been drinking paint?
No.
Let me see your tongue. Oh my God, dude! You can't drink paint.
I know. I hear you.
You say that, but I don't think that you're gonna stop.
I get it though, man. That's right.
I feel like you're saying you get it, but you don't get it.
It's cool.
It's not cool.
In year 2, in March of '73, you end up in the Final Four. I mean, year 2 in the Final Four, and you face the great UCLA Bruins and John Wooden.
Well, I've never been a Wooden fan, you know.
Now, that's like almost heresy.
And not to me, it isn't. You know, Wooden had a guy named Sam Gilbert. And
he kind of did the dirty work.
Not kinda.
Okay.
Sam Gilbert was the #1 recruiter for UCLA. But from then on, I don't respect Wooden because he allowed Sam Gilbert to do whatever it took to recruit kids. And one time he told me, he said, I just didn't know how to deal with Sam Gilbert. And I'm saying to myself, well, I damn sure should have dealt with him.
I think he was the perfect face of the Yankees at the time. He was the captain of the Yankees, and you could just sense that even opponents respected him.
He was as good as there was. He was the captain of the team. I mean, he had to set the example. He was the guy that everybody looked up to.
Everything he did in his career, he was exemplary of how to be a Yankee. You had no choice but just to kind of look up, to him and trying to emulate what he was doing.
It wasn't about Donnie. It was about the team. Donnie didn't want to jump out to the forefront of all the limelight.
He gives you that impression that he's here to work. He rolls his sleeves up. He doesn't want to shortcut anything. It's blue collar. He never lost the Midwest.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Ronald Acuna Jr. leads us off. David Peterson, the lefty, goes to work. First pitch on the way. 91 off the plate. It's high, 1-0. Acuna batting .390 on the year, 7 home runs, 13 RBI, the 1-0. 92 up top, 1-1. 1-1 count. You missed the intro. Book of Eli stands on deck. The ice house in the hole. The 1-1. Down below the knees, 2-1. So you've got righty, lefty, and then Riley, Ozuna, and the switch hitting Ozzie. That's your 1 through 6 tonight. The 2-1 in the dirt, 3-1. To finish that up, Smurf is hitting number 7. Michael Harris 8th and Nick Allen 9th. The Mets infield looks like this tonight. Ronnie Mauricio is at 3rd. Is the 3-1 high and out of the zone, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first.
Bravo. Bravo.
And Eli White will come to the plate. If you're wondering about the switch, why have they all of a sudden decided to do what we've talked about all offseason? The first pitch on the way to Eli is pushed down the line. Foul, bunt. It's a high fastball, tough pitch to bunt. It's 0-1. Why are they all of a sudden, I said offseason, I meant why are they all of a sudden doing what I've been talking about doing for the last several weeks? It is because Jurickson Profar starts his rehab assignment today, and he will be back by July 2nd, assuming health. The 0-1. Peterson kicks and fires. Swing, slaps it over to first. They've got Ronnie in a rundown. Alonso tags first, and Ronnie's going to be tagged by Lindor with ease. Acuna didn't even try to go back and forth, and I guarantee he's been told to do that. So before y'all start losing your mind and say, why did he just accept to be out? It's because that was essentially what tore his knee last time, and I'm sure he's been told it's not worth it. So a double play, you'll score that 3-6 on the double play. First pitch on the way to Olsen is a sinker at the knees. It's on 1. Lindor was giving him a hard time, basically saying, I wanted to run back and forth, and I'm sure it's eating at Acuna because he used to love to try to get out of those, but if you look at the big picture, it's really not worth him getting injured. 1-1 count to Olsen. Peterson really gifted that ball. That ball was smoked down the first base line, but it was right at Alonso. If there's no one on base, it's going to be a double down the line. The 1-1 swing chops it right to Alonso. This time it'll be an easy 3-1 put out, and that'll end the inning. Braves go down in order after the double play is factored in. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I will not put my phone number on this paperwork at the school. They text me about every assignment due, and I don't give a because I don't care if them kids fail. They can repeat the 7th grade 15 times. I don't give a damn. They'll be the tallest one in there.
I'm sorry. Are you insane? I'm like the most humble person ever. I won this in 1995, most humble person in Seattle. Then I won this one in 2000, most humble person in Washington. This one, most humble person in the Pacific Northwest. Got this in 2010. And then this one, I got this year. Most humble person in the universe, hands down. You are the best ever. You're so pretty and so smart, and people are lucky just to breathe your same air. So, the critics have spoken. I am both pretty and smart and humble. So take it back!
It's the 9 greatest left fielders. To qualify, player had to have had a minimum of 900 games in left field, starting with number 9.
His nickname was Rock.
Here's the Rock.
Because he's built like a rock.
Look at a play by Rock. Boy, Tim Raines been throwing some leather.
And once Tim settled into left field, his career took off.
It'll be a straight steal for Raines.
Tim started his career with 27 straight steals and set an NL rookie record with 71.
And he's in there.
But this was just the first of 6 consecutive seasons in which Raines would swipe at least 70 bases.
High drive into deep left field. Would you believe a grand slam for Tim Raines?
He had power. He had speed. He could hit for average.
Tim hit .320 or better 3 straight years for the Expos and won a batting title in '86 with a .334 average.
I did not mean to push all of your buttons. I was just looking for the mute.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Schwellenbach is a P at the knees to McNeil. 4-seam fastball. It's 0-1. You go 1. Inside, 1-1. So the point what I was trying to make before the double play was made by Eli White is that I think you're going to start seeing the outfielder in left field is the 1-1 in the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. 2-1. I think you're going to start seeing pretty regularly going forward your left fielder batting second, because Brian Snicker was quoted as saying, it was either today or yesterday, is the 2-1 swing. That ball is laced into right field, down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for McNeil and the Metropolitans. Snicker said that they expect to put Jurickson Profar in the 2-hole when he returns. So it's really just getting used to what that lineup's going to look like. And I would tend to think what's going to happen is when righties are on the mound, you're going to have Drake Baldwin somewhere around that 6-7 hole and Murphy the same, and then they'll build Ozzie and Michael around it. First pitch on the way is hammered down the right field line. Jared Young, takes it into the upper deck, but it's plenty foul. It's 0-1. Young is batting just 174. on the season. But it should be noted, he's only had 23 at-bats and he has 2 home runs. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Braves nothing, Mets 1. Pitch from Schwellenbach, swing and a miss splitter. Over the top, 1-2. Thought he was a fairly young player, but Jared Young is actually 29 years old, from Prince George, Canada, British Columbia. The 1-2 chop foul. We'll do it again. Played his college ball at Old Dominion. Was drafted by the Cubs in 2017. Drafted in the 15th round. He came up with the Cubs in 2022, and that's why I remember, and I thought he was a lot younger when he came up. The 1-2, swing, pops it up down the left field line, giving chases Eli. He sets up camp right near the foul line. He'll make the catch. F7 in your scorecard, 1 away. 1 down. Maybe they don't plan on doing it, but it seems like to me it would make a lot of sense for Schwellenbach to take Sunday off and push him back for the Mets series, as the 4-seam fastball is a swing and a miss up top to Francisco Alvarez, the Mets hind catcher. It's 0-1. I'm not ruling it out until I actually see him take the hill on Sunday, because I think it would just make a ton of sense to put a guy into that Mets series and have someone else come up and pitch one game in the Miami series. The 0-1, they set up outside wide, swing and a miss, 0-2. If not, what you're looking at is, so you'll have Schwellenbach, Sale, and Strider in this series, and then starting the Mets series, it would be Sale, Strider, is the 0-2, misses, 1-2. And then depending if they want to skip him this time around, but they probably won't, it would be Elder and then Grant Holmes. 1-2 count. Right there at the knees, missed. I don't know where it missed, 2-2. I'm not getting the low calls for sure this so far. Home plate umpires Quinn Walcott. It might have been a touch below. He's definitely not giving any room down there. The 2-2 count brings it. Fastball misses wide and out of the zone. Full count now. So the nibbling after the first 2 strikes of the at-bat has now drawn it to a full count. The payoff pitch from Schwelly. They set up on the outside, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So a 6-pitch walk after getting up 0-2. And I think you can point 1,000% to the pitch calls by Murphy on that one. We've talked about it before. He does that a lot. I mean, he gets really, really cute when he gets an 0-2 count. And I know he's trying to get the strikeout, and I understand that. But next thing you know, you got yourself into a mess. So that'll bring Ronnie Mauricio to the plate. First pitch, swung on, fouled back. It's 0-1. Ronnie batting .206 on the year with 2 home runs, a .701 OPS. The 0-1. Down and in, he went around 0-2. To see if Murph dials up some little more aggressive pitches here. Schwellenbach's pitch count is up to 30, and you got to keep that in mind when you're calling pitches behind the plate. The 0-2. Tried to get him to chase a slider. 1-2. Righty-lefty matchup. The infield back into the right. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Blew it right by him. In on the hands, 2 down. Second strikeout of the night for Schwelly. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Tyrone Taylor. Taylor standing in with 1 home run on the year. First pitch on the way. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Misses just off the plate. It's 1-0. Batting .229 with a .619 OPS. But strangely enough, he has had some big home runs against the Braves. He's not someone that anybody else would be weary of, is the 1-0. Nowhere near the zone 2-0. But he's had some big moments against the Braves just in like really strange times where we'll be in a low-scoring game and all of a sudden he'll break it open. 2-0 count. Schwellenbach comes set. Swing. Pops it up. Right side. Will it stay in play? Acuna gives chase and he cannot make the catch. He was slow getting out of the gates. Here comes the throw to the plate, and they're going to score 2. 3-0 New York. I don't know if you got a bad read on that. It was not a hard hit ball. I thought Acuna was for sure going to make that catch. The replay you'll keep seeing is after he's in his run, but if you'll notice at the very beginning, he got a bad jump on it and dove for the ball. He kind of did a stutter step, and I think he may have thought it was going to hang up a little higher, just misplayed it. Not from a lack of hustle or anything, it was just a bad read. So top of the order back up, curveball, swing and a miss off the edge, it's 0-1. Braves trail 3-0. The 0-1. Swing, chops it off the plate. 1-1. Francisco Lindor, his first time up, struck out. All 3 runs by Schwellenbach have been earned. Oh, 2 count. 2 outs, runner on second. The pitch on the way. 98 up top. They check down the line. He went strike 3. But not before the Mets put 2 more on the board. Braves offense better get it together. Let's start chipping away early. It's 3-0 New York.
What do you hear about the $1.50 slices?
I'm gluten-free. I have nothing to say, so.
What a f***ing nightmare.
December 28th, Woodrow Wilson was born in 1856. The 28th president of the U.S., his progressive ideas came at a huge cost to our constitutional republic. Wilson advocated for a transformative view of government. He believed government must grow and adapt to regulate new economic realities and promote social justice. Thus, the Constitution should be viewed as a living document that evolves over time. Wilson believed that the framers' emphasis on natural rights and limited government was suited to an earlier era, but insufficient for dealing with the complexities of modern industrial society. This led to significant shifts in the role of the federal government, including expanded regulatory powers and laying the groundwork for an administrative nanny state, fundamentally changing the relationship between citizens and their government.
The good news about erectile dysfunction is that it can be cured with diet and exercise. The hard part is getting your wife to diet and exercise.
Yep, I thought I wanted a family, but I love having no responsibilities here. I can get drunk whenever, sleep with anyone, and just hide in my house and avoid the world if I feel like it.
Wow, that's great. And totally doesn't sound like symptoms of clinical depression.
You could probably come up with a lot of reasons why St. Louis is known as such a great baseball town. But at the center, without a doubt, are all the great teams and all the great players who've come through the city. All of them, in a way, timeless. All of them very much products of their own eras, too. But in the 80s, there was a group of players led by a manager who even now all stand out for being a little different than all the others. You just don't see baseball played the way the 1980s Cardinals played the game anymore. Imagine a team today finishing at the bottom of the league in home runs, stealing at least 200 bases total along the way, and then winning the pennant. Crazy, right? Well, the Cardinals did that 3 times in the 80s, and it won't surprise you, it hasn't happened since.
Welcome back. Austin Riley takes the first pitch well off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Riley with good numbers versus David Peterson in his career. He was our pick to click today in case you might have missed it. It's 1-0, misses high, 2-0. 2-0 count. Peterson is really tough on left-handers as the 2-0. Slider drifts in right there. 2-1, which is why Drake Baldwin's not in the lineup today. That's why it's so amazing to see that in 16 plate appearances, Olsen has 4 home runs. The 2-1, swing, chopper, back to the mound. It's going to be an easy 1-3 put out, 1 away. David Peterson has always can be kind of looked upon as a fringe starter / bullpen guy, and not someone you write home about. But this year he's really putting it together, and he may end up on the short list to be a part of the 2025 MLB All-Star Game. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is well off the plate, sinker misses. It's 0-1. The 0-1 drifts up there, takes another strike. 0-2. 0-2 count. Peterson turns and flips it. Slider in the dirt, 1-2. Peterson has a ERA well south of 3 at 2.45 this year. As the 1-2. Swing. It's a roller over towards third, but with his speed, they'll have plenty of time to get him. High throw by Mauricio, but not quite high enough to miss the glove of Alonso. 5-3, 2 down. The more and more I think about it, the more and more disappointed I am that Anthopoulos called the Mets back. The Giants back. Red Sox back. I'll get her on one of these. First pitch by Ozzie, swinging. Lifts it deep into the right field corner, but plenty foul. It's 0-1. For him to call back the Red Sox and say he's not interested, because it sounded like it was between us and the Giants. Is the 0-1 off the plate, 1-1. You would have solved your designated hitter problem for quite some time. And what this offense would look like is the 1-1, swung on, high chopper towards third. Mauricio's got to hurry, fires it, throws it in the dirt, and Ozzie's going to beat it. That's going to be an infield single. He would have never beaten him, even though the throw kind of pulled Alonso off the bag, and it's an infield single, or at least it should be, for the Wiz.
I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
Good hustle by Ozzie Albies. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is corkscrewed to second. That was a lousy at bat, and it's going to be a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. Braves get one on, but do nothing with it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Okay, but I am so jealous of the girls who lose 50, 100 pounds, and they go from looking huge to looking like a completely different person. I have lost 117 pounds now, and I feel like I still look like a...
Full stop. Listen to me. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, so this opinion might not matter. I'm proud of you. You lost a person in weight, you dork. You made a lifestyle change, not a weight loss change. Okay, weight loss was just the byproduct of better decision making. You're doing fantastic, by the way. Get fit, stay fit. You're doing great.
Raines, who enjoyed a 23-year career in the major leagues. Our next left fielder played less than half that.
In only 10 years in the majors, he had over 360 home runs and was elected to the Hall of Fame.
He is Ralph Kiner.
Ralph Kiner was a big, strong fella. Joined the Pittsburgh Pirates in 1946, first year after World War II concluded.
Before the war, Ralph had never played above AA, but quickly showed why he belonged in the bigs.
My second year in baseball, I ended up with 51 home runs.
And thus began an unprecedented and still unmatched streak.
Led the National League in home runs not only that year, but in each of his first 7 seasons. A remarkable accomplishment.
It's another home run for Ralph Kiner.
Kiner's 7-year stretch of dominance is one of the great peaks in baseball history.
And the reason Ralph steered toward home runs made perfect sense.
The home run hitters drive Cadillacs and singles hitters drive Fords. Most ball players were making very little money. The ones that made some money were the home run hitters.
Kiner swings and sends a towering belt deep to left field. It's going, it is gone.
With 369 home runs and more than 1,000 RBIs, Kiner stands amongst the most celebrated power hitters in baseball.
Welcome back. First pitch to Nemo. Pop back for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, pops it up. It will not stay in play. Thought it might have a chance over there by the third base dugout, but it'll drift into the seats. 0-2. Braves trail 3-0. That's the bad news. The good news is we got a long way to go. And it doesn't appear that there's going to be any threat of rain going forward. The 0-2 swing, rips it over to Ozzie, backhand him. That ball ate him up. Good play by Ozzie. Flips it to first. 1 away. Y'all missed it earlier what I'm talking about with Devers. They said that Devers was offered to the Braves for Ozuna, Sean Murphy, and 2 pitching prospects. The one thing we don't know is who those prospects were. But the more and more I think about it, I don't think they would have been big-time prospects. Because if you look at what the first pitch on the way to Soto is up and in for a ball, it's 1-0. I don't believe that, considering what the Giants got in their trade, is the 1-0, 97 right down the pipe, 1-1. Soto hit a home run his first time up. You look at the Giants, what they had to give up to give Devers, I can't imagine that those 2 prospects would have been big time. 1-1, 96 right there on the outer track, 1-2. And honestly, it would have been one of those trades that would have worked well for both sides. One-two count. Pitch on the way in the dirt, 2-2. Braves would have gotten their designated hitter for a long time. The money that would have been equated, Smurfs and Ozuna's salary combined would have been about what you're paying, what you would have to pay the rest of the way for Devers. As a pitch on the way is fouled back. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. The Braves would have gotten a good, strong left-handed bat to go along with Matt Olson. The 2-2 in the dirt, full count. On top of that, you would have solved the problem of constantly having to give Drake Baldwin the day off. You could have brought in another veteran to be the backup behind Baldwin. Give him a day off or so every week. The 3-2 misses high and out of the zone, and he'll walk Soto. That definitely feels like a little gun shy after the home run by Soto, and Schwellenbach is struggling. I'll go back to what I said during the pregame show. I thought it odd that you didn't put Sale out there tonight and Schwellenbach give him an extra day of rest. He pitched a complete game his last time out. First pitch on the way to Alonso is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. And the reason why I say that is he's going up against another guy in David Peterson who threw a complete game his last time out, but he's had 6 days of rest. So an 0-1 count after they flip it over to first to keep Soto close by. Righty-righty matchup, 1 on, 1 out. Soto's taken off, and Schwellenbach's got him. He's got him in a rundown. Soto is trying to get him in, work himself out of a pickle, but Ozzy's got him. And that's 2 down. I'm not sure what Soto was doing. I think he was trying to hide and sneak towards first base. But I'm sure Olsen started yelling out, he's going, he's going, he's going. That's a really strange base. I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's a strange one. And Soto's usually knows a pretty good base runner. That was a strange play. Defense has always been his Achilles heel, but it's not been base running. That's a weird one. The 0-1, swing and a miss up top, it's 0-2. 0-2 to Alonso. That's big time for Schwellenbach to get bailed out of that. Braves infield is now back and to the left. The 0-2. In the dirt, splitter misses. 1-2. Same 2 teams tomorrow night, 7:15 first pitch. Same 2 teams Thursday night. All 3 games this midweek are 7:15 first pitches right here on Braves country. The 1-2 swing, that ball slammed into left field. That ball was roasted, and Alonso's going for 2, and they're going to have him. Wow, that's some bad base running by the Mets. Have bailed out the Braves. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd. He went for 2, and Alonso runs about as fast as I do. We'll be back in a flash.
We can't Irby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
2 teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Bean Eaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 300 in 14 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, "Keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't." He once managed at least 1 hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as "E-ya." In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced law.
Welcome back. Michael Harris II will lead us off. First pitch on the way from the left-hander. It's a sinker below the knees. He got that call. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Right there at the knees. Sinker. That was a good pitch. 0-2. It's an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul in between home and first towards the camera well. If it started to spin, do it again. Who was it that said wanted to see Acuna's brother play, Penn State? I did too, because he's terrible. The 0-2 count. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 away. Chase the slider off the plate. He's got an OPS this year of .592, so he is not good. I'm sure we'll see him. First pitch on the way to Nick Allen is right there below the knees once again for a strike. It's on 1. I think Peterson's getting the benefit of the doubt because he's been around the zone all night. The 0-1, down and in, 1-1. 1-1 count. Typically what they've been doing with Acuna Jr. is just playing him against left-handers, so we'll probably see him tomorrow night. The 1-1 outside wide 2-1. He's a right-handed batter, and he does not hit the ball well against right-handers. He's got good speed, but he has very, very little pop to his bat. The 2-1, swung on, hit hard on the ground over to third. Mauricio's got plenty of time, fires it to first, and it's a 5-3 put-out, 2 away. Mauricio's had a couple of tough plays over there, and he's kind of danced through the raindrops to be able to. He's come really close to a couple of errors, but that time he took his time. Nick Allen was slow getting out of the box. After taking that swing, he kind of stumbled. If not, Mauricio might have. I'm telling you, he's bound to throw one into the camera well. First pitch on the way to Acuna is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0. Brings it. Swing. Chops the changeup behind him. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Peterson comes set. They set up high and inside. Pitch misses. 90-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-1. Acuna walked his first time up. The 2-1 pitch. Outside wide 3-1. You might start seeing a lot of this with the rest of the Braves batters not doing a darn thing. You might start seeing teams just pitching around Acuna. And he's not a threat to steal so far. I think he's been told to the 3-1 down in the dirt, ball 4. I think he's essentially been told to protect that knee. And so with all that being said,
Bravo.
He really hasn't gotten a pitch to hit here against Peterson. And that might be the theme going forward for a lot of teams. I mean, why pitch to him?
Bravo.
When you have guys getting themselves out, not swinging the bat well in the rest of the lineup. He's still batting .390 on the year. First pitch on the way to Eli. That ball's going to get dumped into right field for a base hit. And that is going to put runners on first and second.
Cursed be the ground for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us.
First and second, there are 2 outs. The Book of Eli slaps it into right. And that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Wouldn't this be a great time for his 5th home run against David Peterson? First pitch on the way is down and away. It's 1-0. Molly Hatchett's a rock band, Willis. I got a funny story about that I can only talk about off air. The 1-0 to Olson. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch. Down and in. 2-0. 2-0 count. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. Alvarez is going to go out there and talk to Peterson. Molly Hatchett, by the way, is from Jacksonville, Florida. That's one of the reasons why I know about them. But the thing that I know about them happened all the way up in Nashville, Tennessee one day. 2-0 count. Y'all remind me, When we meet up with you in July, I'll tell you that tale. So runners on first and second, 2 outs. Peterson back to work. 91-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball right down the pipe. It's 2-1. Little surprised Olsen wasn't ready for that one. You had to be looking fastball. We'll pull the screen back so you can see any plays at the bags. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away, 3-1. I mean, they come out of a talk on the mound and they're down 2-0 in the count. You got to be looking for something that you could belt, and that was right down Main Street for Olsen. Pitch on the way to Olsen. Swing! That ball's lifted into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Acuna comes around, flying around to score, and your Atlanta Braves have put one on the board. It's 3-1. And runners on the corners here in the bottom of the third inning. Icehouse comes through.
This is not watered down. This is Icehouse.
Icehouse.
Smooth as it gets.
Good piece of hitting by Olsen. Didn't get all of it, but got enough of it to slap it into center. And Acuna was going on contact with 2 outs, as was Eli. And that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley swing. First pitch. It's going to be a 5-4 putout. Riley, get it together. But the Braves do put one on the board. We'll be back in a flash here in Braves country. We're back in this one, baby.
Hey guys, what do you call 2 monkeys that share an Amazon account? Prime mates. I'll stay outside.
Charles Darwin was just 22 years old, clean-shaven, with a father who said he wouldn't amount to much when, December 27th, he set sail in HMS Beagle in 1831. Darwin became interested in natural science, leading to his position aboard the Beagle as a naturalist. The ship's mission was to survey the coasts of South America, setting up timekeeping stations. Over the nearly 5-year journey, Darwin went ashore as often as he could, recording observations, collecting specimens, and taking copious notes. In the Galapagos Islands, he noticed subtle differences among species of finches and tortoises on different islands, sparking ideas about adaptation and natural selection. Upon his return to England, aware of the controversy his ideas might ignite, Darwin only published works on geology. However, years later, when another naturalist, Alfred Russel Wallace, was going to present his own theory of evolution, Darwin, having all the notes and evidence, presented with him and finally published On the Origin of Species in 1859, setting up the debate between evolution and creationism that rages to this day.
Sometimes I'd like to make new friends, but then I realize anybody I have anything in common with probably also doesn't enjoy leaving their house, so I'll just stay on my phone.
The way the Cardinals played in the 80s came to be known as Whitey Ball, after their manager, Whitey Herzog. The approach actually had its roots in Herzog's 1970s Royals teams, who won 3 straight division titles late in the decade. But despite that success, after his 4th season in Kansas City, Whitey had a sense his days were numbered.
I knew the first time that I didn't win a division or get into playoffs, I'd be gone. 79, we finished 3 games out. I set an all-time attendance record, and I went hunting with George Brett on Monday, and he said, "What do you think is going to happen?" I said, "Well, I got a 10 o'clock in the morning, I got an appointment at the ballpark." I said, "I'm going to get fired." So I got fired.
You're home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. First pitch on the way is a slider right there on the outer edge for a strike. To the left-handed bat of Jeff McNeil. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Chopper over the mound. Leaping attempt by Schwellenbach, but could not get to it. Allen's got plenty of time. He'll grab it, flip it to first. 6-3 on the putout. On your scorecard, 1 away. First pitch on the way to Young. He shows bunt. Strike on the outer cut. It's 0-1. Jameson, there's no other delays expected. The 0-1 kicks and fires. Curveball down and in. Looked like he went around. Third base umpire Ramon De Jesus says he did not. 1-1. 1-1 count. Inside, 96 misses altogether. 2-1. The 2-1 swing, hammers it down the first base line. 2-2. Two count. Brings it. Swing, chops it foul again. We'll do it again. Tomorrow night's game, as of right now, looks like we'll get that started on time. There's a little bit of precipitation expected, but it's supposed to be before the game, well before the game. We'll see how that plays out. And as of right now, Thursday night's game looks good to go. There is rain in the morning, possibly early afternoon on Thursday. But all three games are night games. Schwellenbach with his fourth strikeout. Alvarez will come to the plate. He walked his first time up. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss slider. It's 1-0. 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Braves trail 3-1. Had a golden opportunity last inning. Runners on the corners and 2 outs, but couldn't come through after the RBI single by Olsen. As a 1-1 misses inside 2-1, but they are getting to him, and that is something. Because honestly, normally Peterson is lights out the first few innings. The 2-1 chops it over to third. Riley's got it, fires it to first. And Alvarez will be down on 5-3 in your scorecard. 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Ozuna will lead us off. Let's see if we can cut into this lead.
Someone the other day told me just to go with my gut feeling. If I feel like something's right, do it. It is now approximately 8:30 in the morning, and I ended up with tacos and beer. And I'm not saying that I think this is a bad idea. I just don't know how we got here.
Dad?
Yeah.
What's wrong now?
Your mother added me to that family group texting thing, and I just got 47 text messages in the last 5 minutes. It's kind of bullshit.
Club, man.
What club? This club just means that I get to sit there and listen to 300 messages every 10 minutes. The last group of messages was about what time we're eating lasagna on Sunday.
Hey, man, that's just how group threads work.
Well, that's what I don't want to be part of. This play-by-play on your sister's cat throwing up is going to turn into a nightmare.
I mean, I just mute the conversation.
What, am I a ninja? You want me to mute 47 different people?
You just turn off your phone then.
Well, that's not going to work.
Why not?
What if I missed the important text messages from your mother at Target showing me what glorious throw pillow she's found?
Yeah, is it a big deal if you miss Mom's text from Target?
Well, if I miss those texts from her, how am I supposed to know how to lie? I gotta pretend to be interested in the she's interested in, and if I miss the text messages, I won't have any idea what we're talking about. Welcome to being married.
Hey, I just want y'all to know, if y'all ever decide to make plans with me, if I have a 30-minute appointment scheduled for that day, that means that entire day is booked.
In late May of 1980, he's fishing in the Ozarks in Missouri, and Gussie Bush's office calls from St. Louis and wants him to manage the Cardinals.
He hadn't won since 1968, and he said he wanted one more time where the Clydesdales could run around Busch Stadium, and he'd like another pennant winner, not necessarily World Series winner. I watched him play for 2 weeks, and I went to Gussie, and I point blank said, "You got overpaid prima donnas that are never going to win." Well, he said, "What do you want to do about it?" I said, "I want to tear it apart at speed. I want to change the philosophy." His answer was, "Do it."
Welcome back to Braves Country. Marcell Ozuna will lead us off. Peterson goes back to work just 41 pitches in. He's good on that front. They get 42, excuse me. Schwellenbach is at 41, or is it 64, 41 strikes. That's what I was looking at. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is changeup. right there on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The Big Zoo grounded out to second in the first inning. Grounded out in the second. Grounded out to third. As the 0-1 misses wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. Braves trail 3-1. We're in the bottom of the fourth. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 92-mile-an-hour fastball blew it right by him. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Swing! That ball's going to get down for a base hit. Texas leaguer. A blooper, whatever you want to call it. It just got over the glove of the second baseman, McNeil, and the Big Zoo is on the hit parade. So it's a leadoff single for Atlanta. Hit them where they ain't. We got the bloop. Now all we need is a blast. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. Swung on and banged into a double play. Giving away that at bat like free cheese by the government. Are you kidding me with that one? 2 down, just like that. They start these trade talks. They start putting his name in the kettle. As much a fan as I am of Ozzie Albies and his personality and everything, he is just a dead zone. He gives away at bats. He guesses the entire time he's there at the plate. I don't know anybody who's going to want to take him, but the best time to have traded him would have been at the end of the 2023 season. First pitch on the way to Smurf is a sinker at the knees. It's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. The 0-1. Swung on, lifted just over the mound. It's going to dribble into the glove of the second baseman. And the Braves, when you put this double play into perspective, they go down in order once again. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Conservative white people, they cool. It's you liberal white people that make my itch.
Did you get a private message?
I honestly would never run after a man, but for you, baby, I'd put my Crocs into sport mode.
Hey, that thing that y'all do in Alabama, you know, with the family stuff, you know, the Alabama family stuff, do you have to be from Alabama to do that? Is that can you be from anywhere? Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Some random ass man I just walked past was like, smile, it's beautiful out. I'm not smiling because I'm having a bad day. I just live in New York.
Some of us, I don't want to name names, make pretty bad throat noises when they drink. And it makes me think that the throat is...
Is it me?
No.
Is it me?
It's not Travis.
So I went to the gym for the first time and actually worked out other than just walking on the treadmill, and I'm a little sore. So if you see me looking like a thick legend, don't say I didn't warn you.
If you're a celebrity, shut up. Shut up. Don't tell us what to do. Don't tell us. Don't talk to us like you know what it's like. Don't tell us that we should be voting for this person or talking about this. Stop talking. Stop talking. And it shouldn't be political. Feeding your family should not be political.
And so in June of 1983, Bench announced that his 17th season as a member of the Cincinnati Reds would be his last.
I decided about 3 weeks ago that it wasn't as much fun, and the body says it wasn't as much fun.
I couldn't catch anymore. My back was killing me. I have 5 bad discs in my back, and I couldn't play like Johnny Bench, and I wasn't earning the money. It wasn't fair for me to take it if I wasn't earning it the way I should be on the field that year.
That September, as the final games of Bench's career wound down, the Reds honored him with his own night, giving fans a final chance to come to Riverfront Stadium and say goodbye.
Presenting the catcher of the Cincinnati Reds, one of the greatest players ever to wear a Reds uniform, number 5, Johnny Bench.
First pitch on the way from Spencer Schwellenbach as we begin the inning. Swinging was Mauricio. He'll fly out to center. F8 in your scorecard, 1 away. This is how bad it's been for Ozzie this year. his expected batting average, which they always like inflate the hell out of it, basically means if everything goes right, you would have this batting average, et cetera, et cetera. His expecting batting average right now is 242. That's just telling you he's swinging at bad pitches. The 0-1, right there for a strike, it's 0-2. 0-2 count. But the biggest number that I always go by is the 0-2 swing hammered. Down deep into left field. Eli White giving chase, and it's 4-1. Did I say call it or did I call it? Tyrone Taylor always does this against the Braves. I don't know how. I don't know why. Tyrone Taylor is a terrible baseball player, but he always does this to the Braves. A solo shot, and it's 4-1 Mets. Just his second home run of the year. It was a hanging splitter that he went down and got. Back to the top of the order. 97-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe to Lindor. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Schwellenbach in the dirt. 1-1. And just like, well, it was too predictable to even say that it could be predicted. But going 9 innings last time up is the 1-1, pops it up high into shallow left field. Riley's got it. F5 in your scorecard, 2 down. He went 9 innings last time out. So these pitchers nowadays, if they go 9 innings, they're usually pretty wore out the next start. And so typically a team gives them an extra day of rest. And they could have easily done that. Because Chris Sale was supposed to go Sunday. Instead, they push him all the way back to Wednesday. First pitch on the way, swung on off the instep. It's 0-1. And the idea that you wouldn't give him an extra day of rest is really dumbfounding, considering the fact that he went 9 innings. It looked phenomenal, but he doesn't look like he did against Milwaukee last week. Seems to be laboring a little bit, and I wonder how much we're going to get out of him. He's already at 72 pitches here in the top of the 5th. The 0-1 right there. 0-2. The biggest thing is the velocity isn't there that was there last week. And you're looking at the big picture. He's only got 4 strikeouts, and for Schwellenbach, that's low in the 5th inning. The 0-2 count. Nemo, who's 0 for 2, digs in the pitch. Nowhere near the zone. 1-2. It's one of the few high 90s fastballs that he's thrown tonight. That one hit the gun at 99. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So he got strikeout number 5, a bit low for his average, but he gave up another run. We go to the bottom of the 5th. The Braves got to get some runs. This one's getting away early.
Dude, I am so sick of you yelling at me.
I'm so sick of you watching those videos.
Tutorials? Mind your business.
Tutorials?
Yes, I tell you this every time and you don't believe me. And that's a you problem, not a me problem. You don't know because you're not over here watching it. This girl right here? No, you listen. I'm like, ah! She was teaching us ladies how to tape up our boobies. So when you're wearing nothing but a blazer, they will stay. And that's what I was watching. And you always come in here wanting to yell at me and reverse parent roles over here. Yeah, huh?
Hi, is this witness protection? Yeah, so I tried learning how to play my husband's video game and ended up accidentally deleting all his progress. Oh, I know. Yeah, I'm all packed. I'll wait on the curb. Thanks.
You know, I love baseball, but I hated being away from home. That was a huge adjustment for me right there.
We're riding on crappy buses. People aren't really, we're not friends. We're 24 guys drafted and nobody knows anybody.
You know, we talk on the phone for 3 hours at a time, and he was just like, man, this is rough, it's lonely. It's hard. You're fitted for yourself.
It was basically, I'm going home. And I said, why?
I hated being away from home for the first time, really homesick.
He was having a rough time, and he called me up, and I said, well, you know, you're going to stick around, right? And he goes, you know, we'll see.
You knew he was kind of just right on the fence.
I wanted him to not quit because he was homesick. If you're brutal and you're getting just killed out there, well, maybe, but that wasn't the case, so.
One of the older guys, Bob Mandeville, took me in.
I'm like, Greg, you can't quit. You got a great career ahead of you.
He made the downtime more fun. We started playing cards together. Wasn't as homesick anymore. Started to enjoy being around the guys, making new friends, teammates. It was just kind of a grown-up experience for me, probably more so than anything.
Welcome back. First pitch to Michael Harris is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 0-1. Swings and misses at another pitch, a curveball. Right there around his knees, it's 0-2. 0-2 count. Brings it. High and inside, 1-2. Not quite a brush me back pitch, but I'm sure it got his attention. Braves trail 4-1. The home run ball has really gotten them tonight. The 1-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Harris goes back to the pine. One away. Michael Harris. 2 strikeouts on the night now, batting just .234. That'll bring Allen, who's batting .226. Grounded out to third his first time up. First pitch, swung on. Easy bouncer over to Lindor. He'll gun him down. 6-3 put out. 1 pitch, 1 out. Once again, 2 away. So he's thrown 5 pitches and gotten 2 outs. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate, and that really opens up to the fact you can pitch around Acuna now. When you're being economical around all these other guys, he doesn't have to go inside. First pitch on the way. Ronnie chases a fastball off the plate, swings, fouls it back. It's 0-1. You normally want to be somewhere around the 75 pitch range when you're at this spot in the game. David Peterson's at 55. The 0-1. Swings, fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. To my count, there's been a half dozen at bats tonight that has been 1 or 2 pitches. 0-2 count. Acuna calls for time. And what this is heading towards David Peterson pitching very deep into the game if the Braves don't get on him. The 0-2 set up inside. Inside misses, 1-2. Niner Goat says too many dead spots in the lineup. Yeah, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. and then the other 8 guys. That's what it feels like some nights. The 1-2 count in the dirt, 2-2. It's not true. I mean, Olson's having a pretty decent year. Riley's having a decent year. He's not having the power numbers you expected to go with his average, but he's still having an okay year. But outside of that, Ozuna hasn't been awful. He's more been getting on base via the walk, but with his lack of mobility, that really doesn't do a whole lot. The 2-2 up top. Woo! He is very fortunate that was not called a strike. It was right there at the top of the zone. Home plate umpire Quinn Walcott paused like he was about to punch him out. Instead, he raised up the third finger. The payoff pitch, swing, pops it up into center field. F8 in your scorecard, and that'll end the inning. Braves go down 1-2-3. We go to the top of the 6th, trailing by Trey.
Bad news for e-cigarette users. You look
Stupid.
Have you ever been so frustrated with the lack of direction at your job that you just wanted to quit? That is exactly what happened to Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser. Hal Newhouser had a 17-year Hall of Fame career filled with lots of accolades. After he retired, he returned as a scout for the Orioles, the Indians, the Tigers, and the Astros. He was responsible for discovering Milt Pappas, who went on to win 209 games, and Dean Chance, who won the Cy Young in 1964. Prior to the 1992 draft, he went to the Astros and told them to select Derek Jeter with the first overall pick and pay him whatever he wanted. The Astros would ignore his advice and instead go with Phil Nevin, who didn't necessarily have a bad career, but he never came close to the career Jeter had. 5 picks later, the Yankees would draft Jeter, and we all know how that turned out. Rookie of the Year, 5 World Series rings, 14-time All-Star, and over 3,400 hits. The day after the draft, Hal Newhouser quit the Astros, ending a career of more than 50 years in professional baseball. One can only imagine how much this would have changed the course of history if the Astros had not ignored his advice. And how scary of an infield would the Astros have had with Biggio, Bagwell, and Jeter.
I don't know which parents need to hear this right now, but your kids are absolutely throwing your spoons away.
So Whitey had a vision for the Cardinals and a plan to get the job done. He took himself temporarily out of the dugout late in 1980 to take over as the team's general manager. And a few months later, the White Rat would send the baseball world into a frenzy at the winter meeting.
I got down to Dallas about 6 o'clock, and he comes bursting through the door and he says, "Where you been? I got trades to make." And by 6 o'clock the next morning, he'd made an 11-player deal with San Diego to get Raleigh Fingers, and that was only the beginning.
Following day, Herzog strikes a trade with the Cubs to get through Suter. He has, at least for a few days, what he calls the greatest bullpen ever.
So now I've got 2, and if I can do 1 or 2 more things by the time I leave here, I think the general manager's done his job, and then if the manager don't screw it up, we'll be all right.
And then everyone's thinking, well, what's Whitey going to do? You know, he's not going to be able to keep both these guys happy. They both want to close the game.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Schwellenbach to Soto is a curveball right there, first strike. It's 0-1. Soto 1 for 1 with the walk. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. Schwellenbach sitting at 77 pitches. If he can have a fairly quick 6th, they may send him back out there for the 7th. The 1-1 down and away, 2-1. I do wonder if they have a lower pitch count in mind because of the complete game that he threw the other night and has already coughed up 4 runs. The 2-1, swing and a miss, splitter, 2-2. I just hate for Schwellenbach to have to go out there and not have his best stuff against this Mets squad. Two count. Schwellenbach comes set, brings it, swing. Lifts it into left, chasing back, making the catch. A running catch is Eli White. 1 away. 1 down, and Pete Alonso will be the batter. Your out-of-town scoreboard looks about like this. Rockies and Nats, it's 10-2 Rockies. They are all over the Nats, and Mike Soroka, he was the starter tonight. Angels 4-0 over the Yankees there in the 8th. First pitch on the way, 96 at the knees. To Alonso, it's 0-1. Diamondbacks 4, Blue Jays 2 there in the 7th. Twins and Reds, Cincinnati leads at 6-5 in the 6th. The 0-1 swing. That ball's going to get dropped into center field and down for a base hit. And it's a 1-out single by the Mets and Alonso. .97-mile-an-hour fastball that was right there on the inner cut. And he just kind of inside-outed it. Drove it towards center. Not much of a threat to steal. But Olsen will hold them on. The infield is back and to the right, playing McNeil. Very heavy pull. First pitch on the way is a curveball, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. If he shortens up his swing, and he's known to do it, and just pokes it down the third base line, there is nobody over there. Orioles lead the Rays 3-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing. That ball's a line drive out to Nick Allen. He'll fire it over to first, and he's got him doubled up. A double play to the end of the inning. Good play by Nick Allen, just in the nick of time we get out of the jam.
People will say that we don't have any culture in Appalachia, but what do you call this? It's a squirrel made out of coal.
Someone asked me, hey, what are you doing for Valentine's Day? And that's when I remembered about Valentine's Day. But I love Valentine's Day. You get to rush to the card store and there's 4 dudes in the aisle and only 3 cards left. And you get to say things like, you're the only one for me. And she's like, we're married, so yeah. And when you're dating, you get to find out whether you're still in a relationship or not. And when you're married, you get to find out if you're going to sleep on the couch or not. And you get to eat dinner at 4:30 p.m. because you didn't make a reservation far enough in advance. So I love Valentine's Day.
I have always said the best all-around player that I played against was Carl Yastrzemski.
Yaz was a one-man wrecking crew. He did everything you expect of a superstar player.
He hit well for average, he won a couple of batting titles, and he was always a great left fielder.
His mastery of balls hit toward him was matched by his conquest of the Green Monster.
Yaz made left field an art form. No one had ever done that.
Playing left field in Fenway is very, very tough. You know, the ball coming off that wall, timing it.
I think Yastrzemski was the best of anyone I've ever seen at learning how to play the left field wall.
And that'll be off the wall. Yastrzemski barehands it and holds Bando to a single.
He made one of the greatest catches I've ever seen. In Yankee Stadium in '67, Tom Tresh hit a shot that looked like it was way over Yaz's head. He kept going and going.
Well hit. Yastrzemski going back.
And dove facing the fence and caught the ball.
One-handed grab. He made the catch.
When they needed someone to come through with a base hit or something, Yaz was a man.
Deep to right field. Number 44.
We all know a great Hall of Famer and put up great numbers.
Who's the most hateable character you could ever remember watching on screen ever in your life? I'm talking about an actor that does such a good job in their role that you just want to punch them in the face.
Book of Eli will lead us off. He's 1 for 2 on the night. Dave Peterson just at 60 pitches as we start the 6th. First pitch on the way is a bending curveball off the plate. It's 1-0. Peterson can really play with pitches now. It's such a low pitch rate. He'll be trying to get guys to chase well off the dish. Pitch backwards in a lot of ways. The 1-0. 989 misses high, 2-0. The only hope we have is that maybe he's tired from his complete game last time out, but he did have an extra day of rest. The 2-0 from DP. Swing, lifts it towards right center field. Drifting over, making the easy catch is Soto. 1 up, 1 down. One away, and Matt Olson, who has the only RBI on the night. The single his last time up, he'll dig in. First pitch, swinging, fouls it back. It's 0-1. Other scores we missed on the out-of-town scoreboard. Orioles 4-1 over the Rays in the 7th. Cardinals and White Sox. St. Louis leads 8-2. As the 0-1 outside wide, 1-1. Royals 6-1 over the Rangers. They are in the 6th. And the Brewers on top of the Cubs in the 5th, 2-1. 1-1. Slider might have been a touch off the knee, but honestly, pretty good pitch. 1-2. 1-2 count. Comes set. Kicks and fires. Swing! That ball's hit hard on the ground over to second. But it's going to be an easy 4-3 put out, 2 down. Two down. Austin Riley will come to the plate. Riley, 0 for 2. First pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing. Pops it up. Deep down the right field line, but out of play. 1-1. One count. Infield back and to the left. Braves trail by 3. The 1-1. Swing, pops it back foul, 1-2. The 1-2. Peterson now at just 70 pitches. Southpaw winds and delivers in the dirt, 2-2. Tomorrow night's Chris Sale night. .7:15 first pitch. The 2-2 to Riley. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1, 2, 3. We go down in order once again. Back in a flash. Top of the 7th we go in a fast-moving ball game.
What is the first thing that we do when we arrive at work? Hide. Hide? Yep. Why? Because good workers are hard to find.
Dan. Yep. This is a play on words video, you know, like connections. So, how many Thompson twins were there?
3.
How many Minnesota twins are there?
I don't know. Full roster's 40, shorts 26, I think.
Who's saying Eye of the Tiger?
Survivor.
And then Mr. Mister's most famous song is?
Broken Wings.
And then Wings was the band for what singer?
Paul McCartney.
And Paul McCartney did a song with Michael Jackson. What was it?
Say, Say, Say.
And what one word did Lionel Richie say in the 80s that hit number 1?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Slow.
Right. Hello what?
No, the answer to your question is, do you even know the answer to the question you're asking?
It's time for number 5.
I love watching Manny. I think he's one of the best hitters that's ever lived. What strikes me is his demeanor at the plate, how he can just focus and relax. It looks like he's just playing in his backyard with his kids or something. You're in the middle of a stadium filled with 50,000 people, and yet he looks so relaxed and so calm.
He's just got the greatest bat in the world. You think you can throw him away, and he slaps the ball the other way.
Number 500 for Manny Ramirez.
Something he does best in October.
Manny Ramirez lost it into the seats.
Of all the players in the modern era, there's very few that have been to as many postseasons as had Manny.
I took this to another level.
A whole new level. 29 postseason home run.
You always had the feeling if the best relief pitcher is in for that team, if anybody could hit that guy, it would be Manny Ramirez.
3-run walk-off home run. Now Manny drives one deep and far to left center, up by the light towers, and gone.
He had so many big hits, and he was so difficult to pitch to. He was the most devastating right-handed hitter I've seen, and he did it year in and year out.
Doesn't matter what side you are on politics. He's getting rid of the paper straws. Your paper straws.
Schwellenbach goes back to work. First pitch is a curveball to Young. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing, hammers it down the first base line. It's 0-2. Braves trail 4-1, top of the 7th inning. Fast-moving ball game. We just started this game about an hour and 20 minutes ago. The 0-2 fouls it back. We'll do it again. Pierce Johnson's warming up in the pen. So come hell or high water, this will be his last inning on the bump for Schwellenbach, trying to get him through one more. The 0-2. Young holds off of it, 1-2. Schwelly sitting at 5 strikeouts. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got the 6-pack, 1 away. Good pitch by Schwellenbach. Looked like it was the splitter. That's one of his better splitters of the night. Still getting it a touch high, but I'm telling you, I think that's all fatigue. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. If he's able to pitch in game 1 of the Mets series next week is the 0-1, right there on the outer edge, it's 0-2. Mets are going to see a much different pitcher. The 0-2 count. Just missed at 97. Paint in the black, but just missed by about an inch or so. Schwellenbach, 92 pitches in. So if he can take care of what's in front of him, he should get through this inning. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the slider. Outer edge, 2 down. 7 strikeouts. His over-under tonight in the desert was 5.5, if you're wondering. I think it was even or plus money. It was either plus 100 or plus 105. It wasn't your typical over-under where they're expecting you to pay upwards. First pitch on the way to Mauricio is a curveball, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Mauricio, a strikeout and a flyout, batting 194, the 0-1. Swing and a miss, curveball, 0-2. Man, I'll tell you what, if I'm Schwellenbach, I don't throw another pitch other than that curveball right now. He has not picked it up in that second when he chased it down below his ankles. If you can put that same pitch there again, see if he'll go at it again. The 0-2 count. They set up inside. Curveball, swing, just got a piece of that. That's exactly back where they went. Probably won't give them the same pitch 4 times in a row. Maybe straighten them up a bit and then maybe go back to it. This is pretty funny. A Mets fan snuck a little baby dog into the game. It's poking out of his jersey. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So he finishes the game striking out the side. Schwellenbach looked like Schwellenbach in that inning. But he did a great job considering he got very little rest after a complete game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Roger, at Cornell University, they have an incredible piece of scientific equipment known as the tunneling electron microscope. Now, this microscope is so powerful that by firing electrons, you can actually see images of the atom, the infinitesimally minute building block of our universe. Roger, if I were using that microscope right now, I still wouldn't be able to locate my interest in your problem.
How the do you blow that lead? God, I hate this team. How is it that a starting pitcher will go in there, pitch 6 scoreless innings, and then every time some hole gets up there in the 7th and starts serving up meatballs like he's working at a sub shop?
Hey, does anybody else feel angry as hell whenever somebody's in the kitchen at the same time as you?
Meanwhile, Herzog created another logjam on the roster when he signed free agent catcher Darryl Porter, who'd been an all-star for him in Kansas City. But the Cardinals already had an all-star and fan favorite behind the plate, future Hall of Famer Ted Simmons.
Ted Simmons was a terrific player, one of the great catchers of his era, who had a dynamic, charismatic personality, very popular.
My favorite player on the Cardinals of all time is Ted Simmons, and I only wanted to be a catcher in baseball, mostly because of Ted Simmons. He was my favorite guy on the Cardinals in the 70s.
Whitey's idea for keeping both catchers in the lineup was curious, to say the least. A solution that involved his star first baseman, Keith Hernandez.
His master plan was to put Teddy Simmons at first base. Hernandez, a Gold Glove first baseman, was going to be playing in left field at the start of games. That didn't sound right to me, but it sounded right to him, and he thought it would work for 6 innings. He'd change him back.
I mean, I thought he was crazy. I mean, he was going to weaken himself in 2 positions defensively. Ted eventually balked at it and put an end to it. So I guess Whitey had to make a decision.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Marcell Ozuna takes the first pitch, 87-mile-an-hour sinker, high and out of the zone. And David Peterson, it's 1-0. Peterson just 73 pitches through 6 innings, the 1-0. Drags it over third, easy 5-3 put out. Mauricio's got it. Oh, he threw it away. It's going to go into the camera well, and that's the best at bat we've seen all night by Ozuna. He's going to get to second, what's essentially going to be a leadoff double, but it will be an E5. Now, I'd like to see this play again because, see, it dives at, honestly, Though they're going to give the E5 and you got to give it to Mauricio, that is a play that a first baseman in the major leagues normally makes. That is a one-hopper. But I told you earlier in the game, I thought he'd throw one in the camera well, and there we go. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. It was a short hop, but it wasn't such a short hop that it handcuffed him. Well, I'll put it this way. Olsen, Freddie, the really good first basemen, they're making that play. 1-0. Swung on, chops it over towards third. It'll just roll foul, 1-1. We'll take it. Sometimes it's better be lucky than good. Braves trail 4-1. That should be the night for Schwellenbach, who threw pitch number 97 to end the inning. Ozzie gets back into the box after grounding that one foul. Schwellenbach, 7 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts. The 1-1 swing. That ball's laced over to third. This time it's going to be caught by Mauricio. 1 down. Just a little higher over his glove. That's going to be extra bases. It's going to be a run, and Ozzie would have been in scoring position. It was a line drive, but it was looping down towards the third baseman's glove by the time it got to him. See, he hopped, but he really didn't need to. Sean Murphy, the batter. First pitch. Curveball down and in. It's 1-0. Peterson at just 3 strikeouts so far, 2 walks, 4 hits, and 1 run. The infield is back into the left. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing, pops it up, back behind home plate. 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Off the plate, 2-1. Rather close call, but definitely off the plate. So a 2-1 count. Sean Murphy 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts. And can he come through with the base hit here? The 2-1. Right there at the knee. Sinker inside 2-2. So Deuce is wild. You got a 2-2 count on Sean Murphy, who's batting .222. Peterson looks back Ozuna. The pitch. Swing, pops it up into the infield. Easy catch by Olsen. Quickly 2 down. Two down. Michael Harris, the second, will stand in, the number 8 hitter. First pitch on the way, swung on and lifted into left field. That'll be an easy catch, and that'll end the inning. 1 pitch, 1 out. We'll go to the top of the 8th. Couldn't get the 7th inning to load a second to go, so we'll do it now.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball game. We out to the night. Find me something up cracker jack. I don't care. I have to get back on the street.
Pierce Johnson coming on. Right-hander. Kicks and fires the first pitch. Curveball hit the middle of the zone up top. Did not get the call. Wow, was that a bad call by Quinn Wolcott. It's 1-0. He's one of the lower-rated umpires, but he's called a decent game today. Is the 1-0. Check down the line. First base umpire, Edwin Jimenez. If he would have been paying attention, he would have evened that count up, realizing that first one was missed. The 2-0 count. Tyrone Taylor, who's doubling a home run. Swing, pops it up down the right field side, giving Chase Acuna 2-1. Foul territory, bounces towards the stands. Tyrone Taylor continues to just haunt this Braves pitching staff year after year. And like I said, he's not a good baseball player. Offensively, he's very below average. Defensively, he's pretty solid. He's a good base runner. It's unbelievable how one player can do that to a team. The 2-1, curveball, right there for a strike, 2-2. 2-2 count. You got to be careful there. That one was a bit of a hanger, but he did get him to take it. The 2-2 to Tyrone. Swing, chops it foul. Another curveball. This one inside. Do it again. Rafael Devers joined the San Francisco Giants today. He had his press conference. About the funniest thing that you will hear if you're not a Red Sox fan is he said that he's willing to play anywhere. The management is in charge. The 2-2 swing, fouls it back. We'll do it again. If you don't follow it, that's what got him thrown out of Boston. It's because he refused to play defense. He said he was a DH after getting his feelings hurt at the beginning of the year, getting third base taken away from him. The 2-2 count. Time is called. And they are going to have a pitch count violation on Pierce Johnson. So a full count now. Pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. So when it's all said and done, Pierce Johnson gets out of it. Man, that should not have been as difficult. The first pitch should have been a strike, and then the pitcher violation really backed him into a corner. One down, and that'll flip the lineup back over. Brandon Nimmo. First pitch, swinging, 96, straight back to the backstop. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing. Chops it over towards first. Olsen has it. He'll flip it to Pierce, who's covering the bag with his red glove. Steps on the pillow, 2 down. 2 down. Brandon Nimmo, the batter, 0 for 3. Foul out, a ground out, a strikeout. He's batting .241 on the year. This is another guy who's been a pest over the years to the Braves, but he's known as a good offensive player. First pitch is 95 inside. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Did he go around? Curveball, he did. They check down the third base side, 1-1. One count. Swing, chops it off the plate, 1-2. sometimes y'all make me laugh in the chat. Those y'all listening on radio, y'all wouldn't know what I'm laughing at, but there's always some entertainment going on. I mean, I usually miss about 95% of it. Every once in a while, to get a chance to look over. Maybe I should be like Snicker and just start watching the chat, not watch the game. The 1-2 count to Nemo. Pierce Johnson, 12 pitches into this inning. You'd love to see him get a clean inning too. Build some confidence, these guys in the back of the pen. The 1-2. Swing just chops it foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. Standing on deck is Juan Soto. We'd much rather see him in the top of the ninth with nobody on. After the Braves put about 9 on the board in the bottom of the 8th. 1-2. Righty, lefty. Brings it. Swing. Chopper back right to the mound. Easy play for PJ. He'll flip it to Olsen. He steps on the bag, and that'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Nick Allen, which probably means pinch hitter time, and the top of the order due up.
Hi, y'all. It's time for Appalachian Word of the Day. The word of the day is annihilator. We were stuck in traffic, but we ended up getting there an hour later than we thought we would.
What do you want me to change your name in my phone to? UPS driver or thief?
Neither. Why would you even want to change my name to that?
Because either way, you're taking this package tonight.
Did you think that was going to work?
Well, yeah.
Really?
Did it work?
No. What? No, that didn't work.
I was trying to be sweet.
That was sweet?
Yeah.
That was sweet.
Really?
That was your way of trying to romance
upstairs.
me? First of all, that's not good enough. Where'd you get that from? You got that from TV? You got that from TikTok? That was the lamest pickup line I've ever heard, 1. 2, it's not going to work. It's not going to work on me, at least. If it works on somebody else, that would be a miracle.
So it didn't work?
No.
I thought it was clever. So you're not getting any packages?
No.
When I say I'm pre-gaming before I go out, what I actually mean is I'm taking a nap and hoping somebody cancels before I wake up.
Leading off, number 24, Ricky Henderson.
Let me first say that he's the best leadoff hitter of all time, without a doubt.
He was made to play baseball. He had all the tools, just an incredible physical specimen that used his talent to the max.
With a record 81 leadoff home runs, the most runs scored.
I think a lot of players, steal a base and then they get caught. They get the fear to run again. You got to take the fear out.
And I don't think that we'll ever know how great this guy was unless we ask Ricky Henderson.
Today, I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
All right, your Major League Baseball commissioner for a day. You can change anything about today's game. What are you changing?
First pitch on the way to Nick Allen. Believe it or not, they're not going to go to the bench to pinch hit for him. It's 1-0. I guess it's because you got the lefty Peterson on the mound, but the 1-0 down below the knees, 2-0. I'm still a little surprised. Stuart Fairchild, by the way, was activated. The 2-0 up top, 2-1. I guess they don't have a ton of things they could do unless they put a lefty against Peterson. Stuart Fairchild, if people miss that, the 2-1 swing, peppers it down towards the first base dugout, 2-2. He has been reinstated from the IL. They DFA'd Azakar. See if he comes back around. I don't think there's a ton of interest in him. 2-2 count. Eddie Rosario chose free agency again, by the way, is the 2-2. Up top, misses 3-2. Brewers made the trade for Andrew Vaughn, the White Sox, and he chose free agency, which he had the right to do immediately, realizing there was no way he's getting called up. Payoff pitch, outside, wide ball 4. So a great job by Nick Allen to work his way aboard. He'll head on down to first, 1 on, nobody out. And Ronald Acuna.
It's not about muscle. It's
Simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Ronald Acuna Jr. will grab a stick and come to the plate. Lefty-righty, first pitch off the plate. It's 1-0. He's been walked twice. He's 0 for 1. They've pitched around him quite a bit. Reed Garrett is warming up in the bullpen. 1-0. Flips it over to first. I'm a little surprised he wasn't already ready to roll, because you're in the 8th inning, you have a 3-run lead. He's warming up pretty quickly. He shouldn't take him long, but my point is, you knew the top of the order was coming up, and you're in the 8th inning with your starting pitcher. 1-0 from Peterson. Swing and a miss. 90 up top, 1-1. You'd love to see a walk by Acuna here. He'd bring the tying run to the plate. The 1-1. Down and in, 2-1. At that point, they would have to decide whether or not they're going to stick with the lefty to face Eli White, or go grab the righty, and you know we'd go get Drake Baldwin. So the wheels are really starting to turn on both ends for both managers. The game right now is at the plate, the 2-1. Swing, that ball's laced into right field. That's through for a base hit, and it's a single by Acuna.
Bravo.
We'll go station to station. Is that a hard hit ball into right field? Right at the right fielder, Soto.
Bravo.
So no real chance for Allen to go to third, and no sense taking that chance on it anyways. That's going to be it. We will see David Peterson exit, and the right-hander coming in. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Welcome back. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Reed Garrett. This is very strange. They're going to do Alex Verdugo and not Drake Baldwin. I guess, well, we'll just see how they do that the rest of the way. I don't know if they're wanting to wait until the 9th inning, but man, this seems like where you put your best bat forward. I thought for sure Drake Baldwin was coming on. Reed Garrett, the right-hander, 6'2", 195-pounder, throws the first pitch, cutter down and in. It's 1-0. What I don't have in front of me, and I'll try to pull it up, but I got about 9 things going on right now, is what his numbers are against Reed Garrett during his career that may have something to do with this. The 1-0, 93 at the knees. 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swing. That ball's laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Soto is going to hold it up as the bases are loaded. They played station to station. I'm a little surprised they didn't send Allen home. I'll have to take a second look at that, see if he got a slow start. But Dr. Doogie comes through with the base hit. Yeah, he did get a slow start.
Blood pressure's coming up. The pulse is getting stronger.
By the way, going into that at bat, Verdugo was 0 for 1
Get the O already.
lifetime.
We've got a live one going, and we want him to stay that way.
So there was nothing based off of that. First pitch on the way, it worked out, is a sweeper right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Reed Garrett, an 0.95 ERA on the year. Pitch outside wide, 1-0. We'll pull this back so you can see the action cam in case there's some plays at the plate. Bases loaded. 1-1. Splitter off the edge. They said he went around. He might have, regardless. That was a dumb offer. That pitch was about 3 inches off the plate. So a 1-2 count. Ducks all over the pond. 1-2. Rang up strike 3. Didn't offer at it, but they're going to say that it hit the outer edge. Really bad at bat by Matt Olson. You got to come up bigger than that with the bases loaded and the game on the line. That was just awful. The bases are still loaded. For a reliever, Reed Garrett kind of throws a kitchen sink at you. He has 5 pitches, and that is extremely rare for a reliever these days. He throws a cutter 33% of the time, a sinker 24% of the time, splitter 20%, sweeper 18%, and then he'll throw the 4-seam fastball straight pitch just to keep you honest at about 5%. You typically see 2, maybe 3 pitches out of a reliever nowadays. It's interesting that he has that many pitches and that he throws them that often. Alvarez goes out there to chat with Garrett. Bases are still loaded. 1 out. And Austin Riley has the game on the line. The base is juiced. The first pitch. Down and away, it's 1-0. Ozuna is on deck. Man, you at least got to get 1 run here. Make it where it's not impossible to come back in the 9th. 1-0. Swing. Pops it up. High into right field, but not very deep. We'll see if they send him. I don't know if they will. Allen fakes it. Here comes the throw. It's a bad throw by Soto, and he's not a good outfielder. He's got a bad arm for a right fielder. It's going to dribble to the plate. Allen would have been safe had Freddie Gonzalez sent him, but you can understand why he didn't, because it was such a low probability. But once again, you kind of have to know the room, and Juan Soto it's always been his Achilles heel. I mean, they've talked about it when he signed that deal, basically saying you're paying $765 million for a guy who's going to be a DH in a couple of years. Speaking of that, Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate, bases juiced. First pitch, splitter, down and away, it's 1-0. So now the runners will be on the move. Leaving at the crack of the bat. The 1-0. Ball down and away, 2-0. 2-0 count. Marcell Ozuna could change this game with 1 swing. But even a single here would score 2 runs. The 2-0 from Zoo. The pitch. 93 cutter right there on the inner track. Right in Marcel's wheelhouse. He was taking all the way 2-1. The 2-1. They set up high and outside. Pitch swung on, fouled down the line. Out of play. Two count, bases loaded, 2 outs. Best opportunity the Braves have had all night. The 2-2 to the Big Zoo. Check swing just to stay alive. Fouls it back. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Reed Garrett comes set. Brings it. Swing, that ball's laced down the left field line. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. 1 run will score. Coming around, 2 runs will score. Coming around, Lindor drops the ball. 3 runs will score, and your Atlanta Braves have tied this baby up. The Big Zoo coming through in a big way. Four to 4. We trail no more. He turned on that pitch and ripped it down the line. What little chance they had to get Verdugo, and I don't think they were going to get him. But Lindor was set up in pretty good shape. When he got the ball, he just bobbled it. I still think Verdugo is going to beat that throw at the plate. With Verdugo running on contact, you don't even have to wait to run on contact on a 2-2 count with 2 outs. You're running the moment the ball's swung at. Stuart Fairchild's going to come in and run for Ozuna. So he represents the winning run. How about that? Nobody else could come through tonight, but Marcell Ozuna comes through in a big way. Ozzie Albies the batter. First pitch on the way. 94, cutter right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Ozzie. Swing and a miss. 0-2. 0-2 count. Brings it. Swing. Foul tips it. Just came out of the glove of Alvarez, or that would have been strike 3. Instead, he drops it. It rolls to the backstop, and we'll do 0-2 just one more time. Runner at second. 2 outs. The 0-2. Swing. Chased a cutter down around the shoelaces. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it one more time. Dylan Lee is warming up in the bullpen. It really appears he is graduated to the closer role. The 0-2. Swing. Chops that foul. He's more playing cricket out there than anything else. He's getting balls bouncing off the ground and swinging at him, just getting just enough to stay alive. That pitch almost hit the plate before he hit it. It was that low. The 0-2. Inside 1-2. Pitch misses high and in the zone. One-two count. Pitch on the way. Outside wide 2-2. 2-2 count, 2 outs. Runner at second, and Stuart Fairchild. He's got great speed. So anything that gets down in the outfield, I would think Freddie will be sending him. Especially with the chance to get the go-ahead run. Braves 4, Mets 4, bottom 8. The 2-2. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn. Very, 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 very shallow right field. Making the catch is McNeil, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 3 on the board and tie this baby up. We go to the 9th inning. 4-4 your score. Dylan Lee coming out of the pen.
Okay, everybody, I'm on day 6. I'm walking from Virginia to Texas, and now I'm going to cross the Rio Grande and get to Mexico and give up my United States citizenship to break back into America so that I don't have to pay taxes and get free housing and free all kind of But listen, I got to start working on my Spanglish amigo.
Well, I have a date, too.
Who is it? What's his name?
His name is not important. What's important is he's better than you in every conceivable way.
Well, damn, that could be anybody!
I'm a girl mom. Of course it feels like I'm in the mirror arguing with myself every day.
I'm the one she's talking about, and I get it from my mama.
I'm a girl mom. Of course she steals all my shampoo, my conditioner, my makeup, my shoes, my socks, and anything else that's hers that she decides she wants to claim.
We have to share. She be trying to be selfish.
I'm a girl mom. Of course she's my little broke best friend.
Of course I'm her broke best friend.
I'm a girl mom. Of course I hide in my car and eat snacks so she don't steal them. I'm a girl mom. Of course I can't like the friends that she doesn't like anymore.
If I don't like you, she can't like you.
I'm a girl mom. Of course there's other teenage girls here every weekend that also call me mom.
They call her mama because she's the best mama.
The famous Baltimore chop. They would intentionally hit down on the ball, hoping to get a large bounce, which would give the runner time to make it all the way to first base before the shortstop or second baseman could even field it. They would, opposing teams to combat this would flood the area in front of home plate so that when they hit down for the Baltimore chop, the ball would just stop there and the catcher would pick it up and throw the guy out at first. It was an entire set of strategies, tactics, and most importantly, attitudes, which I think that story reveals, that really defined baseball at the time.
Welcome back. Buckle up, Braves country. Here comes Dylan Lee. Game is tied at 4 at the top of the 9th, and Juan Soto, the $764 million man, $65 million man, is coming to the plate. He's already got 1 home run and a walk so far, batting .249 with an .857 OPS. First pitch on the way. Slider in the dirt, it's 1-0. Dylan Lee coming on to try to hold it where it is. Soto, Alonso, and McNeil due up. The 1-0. Slider misses 2-0. I'd say one of the biggest things why Lee's coming on over anybody else too is that you've got 2 lefties due up in this lineup. In this inning, excuse me. The 2-0. Fastball right there, top of the zone, 2-1. I'm going to straighten this up real quick. I'm not sure what's going on with this. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way, down and away. Ball 3-1. So nibbling once again, getting the Braves in big-time trouble. Raziel Iglesias is warming up in the bullpen. The 3-1 from Lee. Swing and a miss slider. Full count. I get the idea you don't want to lay in there 1 to Soto, but the same token, the last thing you want to do when you just tied this game up is to walk the leadoff batter. The percentages are so high as the payoff pitch. Swing, fouls it away. We'll do it again, full count. That time it was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball out and away. The percentages of scoring rocket when the leadoff man gets on. The payoff pitch, swing rips it into right field. That's down for a base hit, but at least he made him earn it. It was a hard hit ball. Ozzie Albies was right over there, but it was hit so hard he did not have time to react. Ball was smoked. Kind of a... Say if Ozzie's a little taller, he might make that play. So runner at first, nobody out, and Pete Alonso the batter. First pitch on the way, swing, lifts it, high and deep into right field, going back on the track, making the leap and catch at the wall is Ronald Acuna Jr. He's going to fire it to first, and Juan Soto's going to get doubled up once again. Juan Soto's good at a lot of things, but he is not good at running bases. Holy cow. He leaped to the top of the wall, made the catch, and Soto was just kind of sitting there. I don't even know what he was doing. He was looking to someone. I don't know who he was looking to, but it was into the outfield, almost like he was wanting to, I guess maybe he was wanting to know, did he actually catch the ball? By the time he realized he caught the ball, it was too late. Wow, what a play by Acuna. If you're ever going to give anybody $765 million, you give it to Ronald Acuna Jr. Soto, he can't play defense, and his base running is average at best. When Acuna made the leap for the wall, Soto should have already been making his way back to first base. And then if he sees the ball get away, okay, you're at least going to get to second, maybe even third, when a guy jumping at the wall like that. First pitch on the way to McNeil, lefty-lefty, is a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Only thing that's going to save Soto in this situation is the game is in Atlanta. The 0-1. Hammers it down the right field line. It's 0-2. This game's in New York. You got about 30 extra reporters covering the game, and he would just get dragged. But once again, I understand that he didn't know if he'd caught the ball or not, but you've got to start heading back towards first until you know. Now, what he's saying is that he thought that the umpire had motioned that he had not caught the ball. But I doubt that was even the case at that point. Nonetheless, you got to run, because in the days of replay, you got to play it honest. So an 0-2 count, Dylan Lee turns and fires. Swing and a miss, strike three. Dylan Lee gets out of the jam by Ronald Acuna Jr.'s glove. Holy cow, let's get it.
Bravo.
The guy at the Super Bowl who got caught cheating on his wife on the Jumbotron, his wife got him those Super Bowl tickets for his birthday, and she was planning on going with him until he was like, hey, my best friend from college really wants to go. Can I have the other ticket too? And the wife was like, okay, that's your birthday present. That seems cool. But it wasn't cool when the Eagles scored a touchdown and they show the people in the crowd, and then he's making out with not his best friend from college, but his female coworker from the Philadelphia office. So the wife's fuming, right? She just realized that she paid $14,000 for her husband to go on a date with his girlfriend. So what'd she do? She popped open his work laptop and started sending emails from his work email, and they were very inappropriate. And so the husband got fired this morning. The wife said she's already got a divorce lawyer that's ready to ruin his life.
There are generations of fans who never got to see just how good Stan Musial was.
We've sort of lost an image of Stan Musial. Became more of kind of a funny old guy who would show up and play the harmonica on Old Timers Day.
And there it goes. A home run over the right field screen. Musial's teammates gather at the plate to greet the hero.
Some young player said, "Stan, how come you're happy all the time?" And he said, "Kid, if you knew you were going to hit 340, you'd be happy too."
Stan actually hit over 340 7 times in his career.
Musial smashes a home run into the seats in left center.
That led to a .331 career average, including 7 batting titles.
He stood back in the box and he lunged into the ball.
With his unorthodox stance, Musial hits to all fields.
If you pitch him outside, he'd hit laser beams to right field. And if you pitched him in, he'd hit laser beams to left field.
Musial wound up with over 3,600 hits and was regarded pretty well as the preeminent hitter in the National League during most of his years.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Luis Angel Acuna is in to play second base. So little Acuna. Edwin Diaz is the pitcher, the closer for the Mets. He's coming on to try to keep the game knotted at 0 going to extra innings, which means you could see him for 2 innings, depending. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is a slider on the inside cut. It's 0-1. Would have loved to see Murphy take a hack at that one. That's right in his wheelhouse. The 0-1 inside, 97 misses, 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, inside, almost gets him with the slider. 2-1. That one Murphy should have bent into. That's one of those ones Murphy needs to have a elbow guard on so he can just dink it and head to first. Infield is back into the left, the 2-1. Inside, he went around though. 2-2. 3 of the 4 pitches he has thrown, actually all 4 pitches he's thrown has been sliders. 3 of them have been inside. The 2-2 count. Slider down and away. Full count. So now 5 consecutive sliders. Will he dial it up again? We'll try to rear back and blow it by him. The payoff pitch. Swing, chops it over to short. Should be an easy play. It is. 6-3, 1 down. 1 away. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. Drake Baldwin is coming to the on-deck circle to hit for Nick Allen, which means Luke Williams will come in to play defense. First pitch to Michael. Way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Slider. Edwin Diaz, pretty much fastball slider. Those are his 2 main pitches. You'll see that about 95% of the time. The 1-1, swung on, chopped down the line. Slider on the intercut, 1-2. There's about a 10-mile-an-hour difference between the 2 pitches, and that's the guessing game. 1-2 count. Swing, fouls it back, we'll do it again. The 1-2. Inside, 98 miles an hour. Just misses, 2-2. 2-2 count. Braves 4, Mets 4, bottom 9. 1 swing could end this game. The 2-2's in the dirt. 3-2. So a full count to Michael, and the Drake is on deck. In the hole, Ronald Acuna Jr. The payoff pitch to Michael. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider on the outer edge. It was on the zone. So he probably gets the call. You got to swing at it. Just could not time it up. He was a hitch behind it. 2 down. 2 down, and that'll bring Drake Baldwin to the plate, his first at bat of the game. First time ever facing the Mets in his career in the regular season. First pitch on the way is a slider right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Drake Baldwin batting .287 on the year, 7 home run. It does appear like it'll be eyeglasses in the 10th, the 0-1. Swung on, fouled away. It's 0-2. That's assuming Drake Baldwin can't light one up into the scoreboard and walk us off here. Natural style. The 0-2 brings it. Four-seam fastball misses high and out of the zone. 1-2. 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing, slaps it up the middle, but right at Lindor. He's got it. High throw, bad throw, but Alonso's able to stick the bag and stick the landing, and that'll end the inning. Braves go down 1-2-3 when we go to the top of the 10th. It's eyeglasses time here in Braves country.
Call them. I don't care. Unbelievable. Are you kidding me? I'm never donating blood again. The second you walk in the door, it's just questions. They're just like, where did you get it? Why is it in a bucket? Like,
man, I used to hate when people would complain at work. They would be like, oh, can I talk to a manager? Can I talk to somebody higher than you? I would say, Karen, I can assure you that there is nobody here higher than I am.
Well struck. Out to left center and gone. Wasted no time. His first home run of the spring.
I love when people are like, you're so funny, you're so relatable. And I'm like, yeah, I hate to break it to you, but you probably need therapy too.
The rage I feel when people are in the kitchen at the same time as me is not normal.
The best left fielder's number 2.
I've never seen anybody that could do wherever they wanted to do, whenever they wanted to do it on the baseball field. If you want to get a hit, you got a hit. If you want to make a great catch, you got a great catch. If you need a home run, hit a home run.
Game tie. He has hit more home runs than anyone who has ever played the game.
Everybody thinks of Barry Bonds as the home run hitter, but he was arguably the best defender in the game.
Bonds coming in. He makes the catch.
As good an all-around player as you were going to see in the history of the game, was the best player in our era.
He knew what was coming almost all the time. He rarely got fooled, and he recognized fear, just like that dog recognized fear from that post.
Nobody wanted to pitch to him, and if you dared make one pitch even near the strike zone, he seemed to hurt you every single time.
This guy might go 2 or 3 at-bats without even seeing a pitch, and then he'd get that one pitch and pie-ya!
One of my favorite parts about being an adult is having to decide if I want to be financially responsible or happy.
Welcome back. Acuna will be the ghost runner for the New York Mets. First pitch on the way is swung on and fouled straight back by Young. It's 0-1. Raisel Iglesias, the batter, or the pitcher, excuse me. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Changeup. 0-2. 0-2 count. Braves 4, Mets 4, top of the 10th. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the changeup, one away. Good pitch. Francisco Alvarez will be the batter now. First pitch on the way to the right-handers, a 93-mile-an-hour sinker up top. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Acuna with good speed stands at second, which I think is why they put him in for McNeil at the end of the last inning. The 0-1, swing and a miss. Four-seamer up top, it's 0-2. 0-2 count. Alvarez 0 for 2 with a walk, scored a run. Pitch on the way, 94 up top. He said he held up, 1-2. The 1-2. Try to get him to chase that changeup down and away. 2-2. Two count. Comes set, brings it. 93, misses well off the plate. Now he's got a full count. So Nibbling has gotten it to a full count after a quick 0-2. Payoff pitch, swing, pops it up. High in the sky, who wants it? Acuna's going to call off Ozzie. Acuna's got it, 2 down. Two down, and that'll bring up Mauricio. Ronnie Mauricio, the third baseman, number 8 hitter in the order tonight. First pitch on the way, 94 at the knees, inside, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, pops it up, high in the sky, giving chase, making the running catch is Luke Williams, and that'll end the inning. Mets go down 1-2-3. When we come back, your Atlanta Braves going to have the ghost runner and Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Let's go, Braves country!
Hey, PlayStation, look at me. Young black man on the corner selling drugs, and it's all your motherfucking fault. Fix your
People often ask, what's the best way to deal with a driver that doesn't use their turn signal? Well, I'm going to share with you the one sentence I use that works every single time.
Which way you gonna go, ho?
Babe, I bet you cannot tell me something that makes me happy and mad at the same time.
You're a better kisser than your best friend Brooke.
What? When did you kiss my best friend Brooke?
No left fielder has been more splendid than Ted Williams, a 2-time Triple Crown winner who made quite a bang right from the start of his Hall of Fame career.
In his rookie year, he set a freshman RBI record, which still stands. He knocked in 145 runs in his first season.
1939, he had 31 homers and 145 RBIs, 327, and became the focal point of Boston baseball immediately.
Teddy Ballgame went on to win the most ever batting titles as a left fielder, and no one in the history of the game has a better career on base percentage than Ted.
The lanky Red Sox rookie with the awesome swing told people flatly that he intended to become the greatest hitter in baseball history.
Oh, I think I'm going to do all right. They throw in where I'm swinging, and I'll be swinging. Might mean the old ball game.
Ted's confidence never wavered. Not even on the final day of the 41 season.
They were playing a doubleheader against the Philadelphia Athletics, and Joe Cronin, the Red Sox manager, said, Ted, you've got it.
I think if I were 10, I would sit out today.
Joe Cronin came to me and he said, Ted, you don't even have to play today. He said, officially, you're 400. I said, hell no, Joe, I want to play.
And Williams came out hitting, 6 for 8 on the final day of the season, finished at 406. Nobody has hit 400 since.
Why is the internet not working?
The same reason you're not working.
Did you turn off the internet?
Maybe.
Turn it back on now!
No.
Mom!
Welcome back. Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to get walked. So an automatic walk to Acuna to face Verdugo. Your ghost runner is Luke Williams. He came in for Drake Baldwin to play short after Baldwin pinch hit for Allen. First pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up. Straight up the chute. Catch will be made by Ronnie Mauricio. What a bat at bat there. It's a one down. That's exactly what they wanted you to do, swing at that garbage. So one pitch, one out. You've got Acuna and you've got, by the way, it is Brazoban pitching, not Diaz. You got Acuna and you have Williams playing on second and third. You could pull off a double steal right here. Get yourself out of the double play. First pitch to Olsen was down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0, righty-lefty. Off the plate, 2-0. They checked down the line. He did not go this time. Two-0 count. Kicks and fires in the dirt, 3-0. The ball's going to get away, and Luke Williams is going to take off, and he's going to be safe. Luke Williams safe on the throw to, wasn't even an attempt at third. Take a look at this one again. Ball just kind of get away, and when Alvarez fired it to second because he thought he had Luke Williams in no man's land, Luke Williams had outsmarted him. He threw it up to second base. My feed cut out for a second, so I missed the very beginning of it. But the ball was thrown up to second base. Luke Williams was about halfway in between the two, trying to bait him. And Alvarez took the bait and threw it all the way up to second. When he threw it up to second, Luke took off to third. Pitch on the way to Olsen's down and in, ball four. So in grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. They ended up walking Olsen, and the bases are loaded, one out. But anyway you look at it, I mean, that could have been a huge play had Olsen just hit a fly ball right there. Instead, it's going to be up to Austin Riley. Seems to have a penchant for coming in big spots like this. He hasn't had really a game to write home about. He's 0 for 4, the ground out, a fielder's choice, a strikeout, and a fly out. But it just seems like in these big moments, he normally comes through. They go and have a quick powwow on the mound. Everyone returns to their corners. And we've got runners all over the bases. The Ducks all over the pond, and the first pitch on the way, swing, that ball's lifted high and deep. That's going to win the game. Only question, is it going to get out? Caught at the wall. Here comes the throw into the infield, and it is going to be way too late. Luke Williams comes home to score. Austin Riley with the big RBI sac fly. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men. Beer for my horses. We'll go ahead and play the home run siren, and your Atlanta Braves come all the way back from a 4-1 deficit to walk this off in the 10th inning. 5-4. Player of the game, there is no doubt. It's Marcell Ozuna. His big 3 RBI double down the line that tied the game up and forced this game to extra innings. Marcel, the Big Zoo, he gets the game ball. The Braves get game one, and have we turned this season around? We'll find out if this momentum can take us a little further. Game number 2 is tomorrow night, 7:15 first pitch. We have some guy by the name of Chris Sale going to the bump. Braves win, your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. Go have fun, Braves country. Your Atlanta Braves, 5-4 winners.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any. It brings you back.
To the ball game, take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care